I got no care.
Shalom Israel, Shabbat Shalom. I hope everybody is doing Tawab this morning. Shout out Kawakab and his congregation in Guatemala and the brothers and sisters that he teaches in from Cali to Georgia. Also Shalom SOW family, Kazaki in Virginia, and Quatazop in Houston, SOW Houston, and SOW Rochester, New York, Zion. Hope everybody's doing Tawab today. About to send the Mosai his prayers and give him his respect and reverence, and we'll get into our class for this evening. Imagine. Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Hawa Nathan Lanawa. Award. Zaywan. Tawada.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Hawa Nathan Lanawa. Rayak. Naya Chacha. Tawada. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us a sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Mapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand face Jerusalem.
We're good. Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahshua.
Hawa Nathan Lanawa. Shabbat. Shalom. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Bahoya. Ma'aya. Yabua'a. Isaiah. Yabua'a. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemaiah. Wa'aratiza. La'at. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'at. Nawam. Shashamayah. Hana. Yala'at. Nawam. Wala'at. Your son. Shashawamar. Yasharah. Yahweh. Shemariah. Yahweh. Tezalia. Ayah. Yanyamyah. Yad. Hashemah. Yala'at. Akayah. Bayawam. Wala'at. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashamariah. Makor. Rad. Yashamar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashamar. Hawalakia. Wabawa'aya. Ma'aitha. Wa'ai. I will love. Aman.
Psalms 21 in English. I will lift up my eyes into the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even evermore.
Aman. Israelite Credo. Shemaya Shirala. Yahweh. Alahayano. Yahweh. Achad. Shemaya Shirala. Yahweh. Alahayano. Yahweh. Achad. Shemaya Shirala. Yahweh. Alahayano. Yahweh. Achad.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Shabbat
Shemayah. Wadah. Hayah. Shamkat. Yahweh. Amalakwa. I'm sorry. Let me do it again. Abanawa. Shabbat Shemayah. Wadah. Hayah. Shamkat. Yahweh. Amalakwa. Taba'ah. Ratazaka. Hayah. Aisha. Wa'aratiza.
Maya.
Bashmaya.
Bashmaya.
Yatamana.
Yatamana.
Lakham.
Lakham.
Ko. Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalat no.
Wasalat no.
Khawat no.
Khawati no.
Khasalat no.
Khasalat no.
Khawat no.
Khawati no.
Wala'at.
Wala'at.
Khabya no.
Khabya no.
Wanasawan.
Wanasawan.
Abo. Outside no.
Outside no.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Right.
Right.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Lakat.
Lakat.
Amlakwa.
Amlakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahata pa'ara.
Wahata pa'ara.
La'ay lamya.
La'ay lamya.
Aman.
Amen.
The Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, ever. Amen.
Aman. 10 Commandments. La'ay yahaya.
La'ay yahaya.
Lakat.
Lakat.
Alahaya.
Alahaya.
Akhaya.
Akhaya.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Banya.
Banya.
Thou shalt have no other power before me.
Number 2. La'at.
La'at.
Ta'aynat.
Ta'aynat.
Lakat.
Lakat.
Asor.
Asor.
Wala'at.
Wala'at.
Ta'aybara.
Ta'aybara.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'at.
La'at.
Talaq wakhat.
Talaq wakhat.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawat.
Bashawat.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Laqwadashwa.
Laqwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'at.
La'at.
Baratazat.
Baratazat.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'at.
La'at.
Thana'at.
Tana'at.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'at.
La'at.
Taganat.
Taganat.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'at.
La'at.
Ta'aynat.
Ta'aynat.
Shakwar.
Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'at.
La'at.
Ta'chamat.
Ta'chamat.
Kol.
Kol.
Asherat.
Asherat.
La'ra'aika.
La'ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Birthday, how about Shem Yahshai?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Israel, Yeshabiam.
Take seats.
All right. Okay, once again, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing Tawab. Just knock on the door real quick. Yes, just knock on it. Okay. And just a brief recap of how class went down last week. The Most High mercifully allowed Antiochus VII to get removed off the chessboard, so to speak. Antiochus VII
In battle. He died
was
in
the
battle.
Greek emperor that had besieged us. And John Hyrcanus did this horrendous deal that pretty much that took us back to the Stone Age and gave Antiochus access to our ports and a lot of our financial stability. So what ended up happening is his intention was well-founded. He did it to preserve the people. And because of that, the Most High winked at it and removed him off the chessboard to give us another opportunity to reestablish a foothold in the region. So when John Hyrcanus got his second opportunity, he didn't blink at this one. What he did, he started attacking his enemies from the north, south, east, and west. He went up north and took out the Sumerian hold. He went east and took out regions of Syria. He went west and expanded out the empire towards the land of Philistia, west. And the topic of class today, that was where we stopped last week. Because we're going to go into what John Hyrcanus did working southward. Okay? Now,
so this process, the process of getting back and reacquisitioning
the assets that he formerly had.
Well, I don't want to say that. I said that, but we did a bad deal,
Okay.
and they were still in the preliminary stages of outsourcing the monies and the properties to Greece.
Okay.
But when the king dies, everything is thrown in flux.
Yeah.
Who do you send your payments to
Nobody knows.
if the king dies?
Yeah.
It ain't like it's a corporation.
Yeah.
So if one guy dies, you have to sit back and wait to see who's going to be the next person up to establish authority. So Hyrcanus, what he does is he solidifies the regions he had already taken care of, and he had pushed back. Matter of fact, I think I have an image. Today, we're going to need you guys to go on your phones and listen to and watch the class online. When we say it, because like for now, I just sent a map on there. You might want to see the maps. We're going to be going through a lot of map work today. It's important that we establish map work so we have a better understanding of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Because when I just say Hyrcanus goes down and fights the Philistines, or he comes and fights the Edomites, what does that even mean? And what does that look like territorial-wise? You know what I'm saying? So, as we're trying to clarify this and get understanding of this, what's happening in the red at the top left-hand corner of the screen, it shows you John Hyrcanus the first, and it's like a deep red. So he sits back here and works north and takes Shechem and Samaria all the way to Belshazzar, which is north of Samaria, in that hue of red.
Yeah.
Then he goes westward and reestablishes Ashdod, okay, which is a Philistine territory. And he does a little town east of the Jordan. It's like a little town, and I think the city was called Madaba. It was Madaba, and it's in that same red hue. So he went east and took Madaba out, north and took a lot of the Samaritan regions that used to be where the 9.5 tribes were. Then he went westward to Philistine territories, and then when he had all that done, he worked his way south to focus on Edom. Now the crazy thing is when you look at this map, I'm going to go a little bit higher up.
The territory changed?
No, what you're going to see is this territory that he is attacking, that's red. It looks like ancient Israelite territory. Let me sit back here and try to show. Let me just try to. I have an image that I would like, if I hopefully have it on my list of maps. I can look for it, or I think I can find it in my archives of images.
That's in the time period of Joshua.
Yes. Now, if you can send it to me.
I'll
Show it to me if you can't. If I can't put it on there.
I want to do something like that. I want to do a little computer thing.
The computer thingy. That's how you know it's a problem right there when they call it a computer thingy.
Yeah.
Okay. What we're going to do, I have an image to replace the computer thingy now. I got it. Okay. We're going to kind of go side by side. Look at this area in red that John Hyrcanus is about to conquer. We're about to explain the conquering. It is at the time historically we're reading it, that was Edomite territory. But when you look at the map that we have on the right, that same territory, for example, that red territory that Edomites live in at the time is called Hebron. Does anybody know who was famously born and raised in Hebron? Going once. Going twice.
He fought somebody really big.
He was a pretty good guy, too. David. Remember, okay, it was David, but who was David first king of? It was Hebron, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. That was his first capital.
That was the first country, that he was king of. He was king of Hebron, while Benjamin or Saul had still the reign from Benjamin all the way up. What am I trying to explain? Ancient Israelite territory went all the way down to these mountains. And Jerusalem, I'm trying to find Jerusalem because it would be easier. This is a decent map, but it doesn't show all the cities. Okay, it does. Okay, when you're seeing this big map, you'll see us. You'll see the word in big letters, Judah. Then you'll see us. I think this is the cave of. My eyes are bad. Something with an M.
What is it?
Then it goes, huh?
Machpelah?
Machpelah? You can see that?
No, just.
I'm just making sure. Like, damn, that was eagle eyes. Listen,
That's Makata?
it's with an M. That's why I said letter M. Blah 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 blah. Something. Mountain or cave of blah, 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 blah. Anyway, what's the point? It's the cave of M, and then right below it is Hebron. This was all this was in the heart of Judite territory. This is right smack dab in the middle, right? Hebron.
Yeah.
So if Hebron was smack dab in the middle of Judite territory, look at Hebron on the left. Mountain or cave of. Look at Hebron on the left. It's right smack dab in Esau's territory. What does it show you? How far we've diminished and how far we had diminished as a nation from our original borders, which is down here to the right, which is all of this pink. Listen, funny thing is, our borders on the right, the purple, light purple or violet, is only the southern kingdom.
Yeah.
It's only the southern kingdom, Barakatha.
Right.
And it went that far down west of the Jordan and the Dead Sea. But when you sit back once again and look at what we're fighting for now, all we have is Jerusalem, Jericho, and Beth Sur. But Beth Sur was really the Edomite hub or capital city that kept giving us problems all throughout the Maccabean area. So from Beth Sur all the way down to Beersheba was heavy concentration of Edomite cities and territories. So it just gives you an idea of how much territory we lost and how much weaker we've become.
And this is the question. The original Edomite territory is the Caucasus Mountains from the Black and Cats.
No, that's not it. That's not it. It's
I'm
not
saying,
it.
I'm saying, are they expanding?
We're going to go into it. Caucasus is way later. But we're going to get there.
Okay.
I'm just trying to set the tone. Caucasus. That's
Baltic, Georgia, South Georgia, Russia.
I'm saying, how'd they get right there? So close to Judah.
Mount Seir.
Are you leading me into this, man?
I don't know.
Are you leading me into the segue or something? I think you're leading me into the segue. Okay.
I like to know.
Okay. Then that's why we're going to take our time. It's important. I'm showing this so we can properly go backwards and trace back how we got to this situation. How did we get from Edomites right here in Hebron, and this is their turf, to from the beginning of time, we had all of this jurisdiction all the way south towards the mountainous areas west of the Jordan. How did it get that bad? So, what we're going to do is start taking some time, doubling back, and explaining things historically. So before we go into what John Hyrcanus did, when he fought and engaged with these Edomites to the south of us, you have to understand historically how Esau got so close to us. So, what I want to do, let's go to Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 1 through 8. We're going to really read from 1 to 13, but we're going to stop at 8 so we can kind of provide some context and explain things historically so there's no confusion. Maybe what I should do is show an image. I'm going to show an image here. This is Edomite territory online before Israel even made it to the land of milk and honey. Let's start there. Before Edom ever got to the land of milk and honey, This is where they were. You see Moabites north of Edom, and you have Amorites were to the west, because Amorites that was the Canaanite land. That was the Canaanites where they were living. So you also see Amorites, and you'll see Hebron literally right above the Amorites. We're going to use today Hebron as a good compass for us. Esau ended up living in Hebron many years later. But while we were in Egypt, Edomites were here. This was their God-given territory. You read Deuteronomy 32, the Most High said when he divided to the nations their inheritance, Edom's inheritance was this land. Okay, this is the topical view. But all of their land was east of what? The Jordan. It was east of the Jordan, east of the Dead Sea. This is important to understand. So it was east of the Dead Sea. So how, once again, the thoughts start rolling. How did Esau get right? How did they move from Edom to Hebron? How were they even allowed to do this? When did this happen?
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So we have to understand that transition before we even go into what John did when he fought them at Hebron around 121 BC. So this is pre-Israel arriving on the scene. And then I'm going to show you not a topical view, but a terrain view of what this looks like. Because when you see this topical view, you think this Edomite territory is like a lot of livable, inhabitable spaces, and they got a nice chunk of land from this perspective, right? But when you sit back and see what it really looks like, this is the mountain, and this is how it looked on a terrain view.
Very rugged.
All that realm is still theirs, man.
It's a mountainous place, bro.
Is there really any place to live?
I always live on rocks.
Oh, you gotta burrow in.
Yeah.
You gotta be a cave dweller.
Yeah.
You ever heard about that city called Petra?
Yeah.
Petra is a carved shaped city that is a cave city that they created inside of mountainous structure. If somebody could give me Petra, I know I have it somewhere. I might not have saved it. No, how do you know I have the picture? I do have the picture actually, but how did you know I had it?
You can't not have it.
How did you know? How were you a prophet enough to know that I had it?
Listen, if you're a Bible teacher, you gotta have a picture.
Well, then I'm stop being silly, man. Here it is. This is Petra, and this is what Edomite. This is an Edomite city. And before you even explain what the Caucasus Mountains were, before their habitation was the mountains and caves of Europe, their original habitation were the mountains and caves of the Arabian Peninsula.
But they have the same central thing.
The same habitation. It's the same habitation, the same nature.
High elevation.
Were the mountains.
Yeah.
But see, it's not just high elevations. It was high elevations and subterranean habitations. Okay. They were living in caves, scavenging for whatever else was inside of there to live and eat and to function. So this was their habitation. Petra was literally a biblical city that one of the kings of Judah ended up conquering. I think it was the brother who got his pigmentation lost. What was his name?
Uzziah.
Uzziah actually took over Petra first in one of his many military victories, and then when his pride kicked in, he got stung. But Petra's a real city. So with that being the case, this was an example of one of their habitations in this region. So it's letting you know they literally were living in caves east of the Red Sea, east of the Jordan River. And this was what their original Most High given lot in life was. That's important to be conscious of. I'm just trying to properly paint a picture of what Esau's land and what their habitations were. So, with that being the case, let's go to Obadiah chapter 1 and verse 1. Karai, let's set up.
Correct. Shah Shabbatam. Banashah. Banashala.
Karai, Shashamatah, Banashah, Banashah, Amusha. What? Yahweh Hashem Yahshua
Yahabashim Yashabakatam.
Shashamatah. Alright. So, we're going to take our time as much as possible, and we're going to be going back and forth with these maps so we can get context of how Esau got to this spot in Hebron and in Bethsura all the way to Beersheba. How in the hell they get there in the first place? So, first things first, Obadiah 1 and 1.
Obadiah chapter 1 and verse 1. The vision of Obadiah. Thus saith the Lord power concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Most High, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle.
So, was not Obadiah written before John was even conceived? The answer is yes. So the Most High is explaining to prepare for war and that there was no peace between us and Edom. But why? There has to be a reason. Read on.
Verse 2. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen.
He's talking about Esau and their nation at the time. He made them small in comparison to the great kingdoms of Babylon, Persia, Egypt, the Philistines, hell, even the Moabites had more productive and more accomplished and more viable cities and inheritances. Hell, Syria was a greater country than Edom at the time. But read on.
Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised.
But he's saying that Edom had a negative reputation amongst everybody else in the region leading up to this point. The rest of the nations didn't look at Esau very favorably. Okay, read on. And more than likely, why? I don't want to do a lot of speculation, but when you read in Daniel chapter 2, the Most High referred to as Babylon as the head of what? Gold. And then the next country was Persia, which was silver. So these countries had a greater caliber kingdom to them. They carried themselves more regally and with more sophistication and with more class and with more dignity. Same thing with the Egyptians, where they were all wicked. But the Most High, in that vision of Daniel, explained that these kingdoms that preceded Esau had greater value. Then we get ourselves down to the Greeks and the Romans. Then their value starts turning to bronze and brass. That's caliber. That's caliber of empire. So before they even got to the point of being the Greeks and being a top-end kingdom and the Romans, they were greatly despised amongst the rest of the nations. Read on.
Verse 3. The pride of thine heart have deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock.
So we're explaining Esau that dwells in the clefts of the rocks like you see on the screen. If that's not dwelling in the clefts of the rocks, on top, in, under, what is? They made entire cities digging out rock. Whether this is their temple city or their prestigious city, or you're talking about just simple caves for a family of 5 to live in. Whatever the scenario was, it was a nation of people living in caves. Have you ever saw a movie called The 13th Warrior? Yes. And when they sat back and thought they were fighting bears, but when the smoke, when the mist came in, they were just fighting a bunch of cave-dwelling people. And remember when they went into the lair of the cave dwellers? You go in the lair, in the city, every family had like a carved out hut. And they were sitting back here like crouched down like animals in their little hut. Some had lights on, some didn't. Some put carvings on wall. That's just what they did, but it was very meager, very substandard. And even if you look at this Petra, it's cute on the outside, but you think it was that sophisticated on the inside? Probably not. There's a reason that Esau was despised amongst the heathen. But he says, the pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rocks. Read on.
Whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?
So the thinking was Esau had bigger plans and objectives than they should have. As if he's saying, the Most High is saying Esau had pride. And they had ambition beyond just sticking to their caves and the clefts of the rock. This is what he means. Their ambitions were beyond just being a cave city and a country of Edomites living in the caves. Read on.
You got Genesis 36 by chance?
No, not 36.
All right, I just want to bring a point up.
Let's do it.
Genesis chapter 36. Start at verse 19
Where are we going to?
to 20. And then we're going to go to Deuteronomy chapter 2 and verse 12.
Con. 36:19. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Con.
19 and 20.
19, 20. Con. Genesis chapter 36 and verse 19. These are the sons of Esau.
It said these are the sons of who?
Esau.
Esau, right? So we know who Esau. We talking about Esau or Idumea, same people.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
Who is Edom?
Who is who?
Who is Edom?
So when you read Esau, you're not just talking about one man Esau. You're talking about a whole nation of people, the Edomite nation. Read on.
And these are their dukes.
Go ahead. And their dukes are just chiefs. They had a bunch of dukes,
Yep.
like David Duke, like the Dukes of Hazzard. That's why they still call themselves dukes to this day.
Yeah, that's true.
So these are their chiefs. That's another word for saying chief.
They were referred to as dukes. Albuquerque is called Duke City
Yeah, Duke City because
because of the Spanish,
Yep.
Spanish dukes.
Spanish dukes.
Duke of Windsor.
Yeah. Read.
Con. It says, these are the sons of Seir,
Seir is Mount Seir. Read on.
the Horites.
But it says they call him Seir the Horite, but the word Horite means cave dweller. So when you read Seir, this is the dukes that come from Esau. The word Horite actually means cave dweller. So Esau is known in the Bible as the caveman, as the cave dweller. So it makes
Troglodyte.
it's the same. It's the same map that awards bring it out now. These are the original cavemen, but just true to Esau's nature. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 12.
Deuteronomy chapter 2 and verse 12
Read that.
says, the Horims also dwelt in Seir.
And that's why he said the Horims. The Horims were actually ancient Hittite, Hamitic nations. Read on.
Before time.
Go ahead.
But the children of Esau succeeded them
It said they succeeded them. Go ahead.
when they had destroyed them from before them.
And so how did Esau get the caves?
That were probably pre-built already.
Yeah. They didn't build them caves.
That's the point.
No, just true to Esau's nature, they steal because the thief coming not but to steal, kill, and destroy. So that's true to Esau's nature. He don't build anything; he just steal it from you. Read.
When they had destroyed them from before them and dwelt in their stead.
And it says, and dwelt in their stead.
How's their spot?
It's an occupation. Something similar to what's going on right now in a place called Gaza.
Yeah.
It's an occupation, and that's the nature of these people. Is that they won't rightfully buy it from you. They'll just, if you don't want to sell it, they'll steal it. They'll take it from you. They'll kill you for it and get rid of you, and then dwell in your habitation. And this is why when we go to Obadiah, they're greatly despised by the whole world.
Yep.
Because they're the greatest thieves. You finish that?
Done. It says,
And a lot of times the Romans like to credit the building of Rome and Italy by their own hands. But if you historically look, the Etruscans were the ones who should really be credited for the majority of the construction and the building of that region. So all those the pillars and the architecture that you see in Rome and Greece were not really Edomites. And listen, we've gone over classes when we first started talking about the Greek Empire. Even Josephus would explain that most of what they built was stolen. Historically, their identity was stolen, their history was stolen, their religion was stolen, everything was stolen. Listen, when you sit back and think about the initiating of the Roman Empire, it came from Romulus and Remus, who were raised by she-wolves. That's their lore, not mine. So how are you going to build a nation and society and antiquity being raised from wolves? And a couple years later, you sit back here and create a civilization like Rome? Didn't happen. At least on a structure-wise, on the actual house buildings.
Yeah.
Can't give them credit for that. Now, all the killing and murdering?
That's definitely.
Yes. Okay. Yes, sir.
How are they doing this? Are they bigger? They got armies? How are they just conquering it and stealing everybody's stuff and just getting away with it?
Remember that question, because we'll get into it in class. It goes to prophecy. Because for every time you have Esau on the rise, Esau and Judah are connected. And as Esau rises, we fall. As we rise, they fall. It's been this way. When you read, we're going to go into a prophecy that prophecy that Isaac gives Esau, and it explains this dynamic from the time of Esau and Jacob to now. It's when you read the prophecy, the thought is that it's just an issue between the two of them, but the prophecy will literally take you throughout history and time. One thing you can be conscious of when Spain in the 1400s, when they finally reestablished their empire, it was at the cost of our fall. Because as Spain strengthened their navy and eradicated all outside influence from Spain, as they were rising, we were falling. When the Spanish got in power, they kicked the Moors out, sent the Moors and the Jews, the black Jews, to Portugal. Once they were sent to Portugal, they were promised asylum in Portugal. And within a year, the Portuguese said, no, y'all got to get out of here too. So a lot of the Jews and the Moors simultaneously were sent down to North Africa and just the African region. And oh, by the way, as they were being sent down to Africa, guess what happened in the 1400s? Around that time. This is when the slave trade started kicking up. So as we were getting eradicated from parts of Europe, not all, but parts of Europe, slavery was ramping up and we were being sent to the Americas. So there is a coalition or a correlation between the rise of Esau and our fall and the rise of Israel and their fall. But we'll go into more of that in a little bit. So yes, you can say it's military, it's our slothfulness, but ultimately it's the will of the Heavenly Father.
They're blessed with the sword.
They're blessed with the sword, but there were times the sword didn't work, and there was times the sword worked. Okay? So we'll go into that soon. Let's let all this go and go back to Obadiah. So I think we're at verse 2.
No. Verse 4. Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 4. It says, though thou exalt thyself as the eagle.
So listen, they exalt themselves physically as the eagle because the eagle likes to be in the highest places to see everything they can see. And you can take it compared to their physical habitation, and you can take this verse to explain their symbols and their emblems in all of their Edomite countries. If it was Rome, it was a double-headed eagle, right?
Yep.
America's symbol is the eagle. When the Germans were in power, it was the eagle. It wasn't the swastika. That was a symbol they put in their military, but their symbol was the eagle. All of these Edomite countries' symbol was the eagle. The only exception was the Roman Empire. I'm sorry. The English Empire, the British. They were the lion. But that whole changing of the eagle came from Richard the Lionheart, who was an Israelite. But overall, Edomites, the white nation, all the white nation on earth, their symbols are some form of an eagle. Okay? So, whether it's the physical eagle or the perching up in these high places, that gives them this elevated perspective and position. Read on.
God. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars.
They set your nest amongst the stars, isolated and separated, but also having the capacity to see all things. If you really understand Esau's psychology and how he processes things, why does a person want to be so high? Yeah, there's ego to it, but there's a form of what? Control. There's a form of control having your nest up in the stars. You can see all of your positions. Now, even military will tell you that. You want to be in these highest positions to have the high ground. So militarily, you can see everything around you. It's about control. And Esau, their nature is all about control. Whether it's with, what's that? Satellite systems. Hell, even AI. I was talking to Kawakabe yesterday, and he was urging me to buy as many books as you can about the topics we use. Because what Esau is truly doing is they're putting all books, all information in AI. But what they're doing is they are adapting and teaching AI how to lie. I was watching a clip about Joe Rogan had a conversation with this Idumea lady, and she was talking about, I guess in every major city in the United States, there are these locations that are set apart, that are re-up stations and are supply stations where you can go and have access to supplies, medical machinery, medical materials, weaponry that whatever elites and power heads can go to. And this woman was sitting back here and chatting with like this top AI mind, and she knew how to ask questions the right way. And the lady was able to find out the bunker location in LA about where I guess elites will go. And as she found out, literally, she said that if I remember it right, she tried to go back to that source in AI and they shut it down. So she might have known at the time. But once that information gets leaked out, they're constantly going back to these data centers and these AI networks and programmers, and they reteach them so that there's no way to provide information that is truthful or overly accurate. So if they can, because once again, so AI really isn't. AI is only as smart as the programmer wants to set them up as being smart. So they can still establish a narrative, establish a mindset, and only give you so much. So that's why it was imperative. He said, hey, get as many of books and history as you can, because they're going to be scrubbing this off very soon. Yes, sis?
They're also cutting the spines off the books. They're scanning them and then tossing all books. So I actually said that to my husband, like, we buy 3 books you read, because we may not be able to buy them.
And then they said, just go to this GPT, whatever. Smart guy GPT, and they're going to sit back here and change it all up and jank it up. And we're going to be sitting here without information in the Stone Age. We'll be like, you ever seen the movie Idiocracy?
Okay.
If you do, it was really silly. It was really stupid. But it showed you like 50 years from now, everybody was stupid. And people couldn't sit back here. There were these tests. And then they'll have these circular cubes. And they'll give you like 3 different options. There was like a triangular cube, a circular cube, and a rectangular cube. They were like banging it against, they were banging the rectangular cube against the circular cube because they just couldn't figure out how to put the right cube into the, and these are grown damn adults. Yeah. And then this guy somehow, stupid, he got transported to the future. And he sat back here and he easily did it. This guy's a genius.
Yeah, it's a must-watch one.
But it's stupid. It's satirical, and they had but the lesson was that they're purposely trying to dumb you down So by the time we get many generations down, it's just serfdom. Society is going back to serfdom. That was when Esau was in their greatest power and greatest control. When you had the serfs who couldn't read and write, and they were subject to the power of the lords. This is where things are going back to. So when you think of it that way, it makes all the sense in the world. Okay.
Sister had a hand up.
I'm so sorry. Who had their hand up?
No, I was saying last year they took the books out of the classrooms too. If we have our personal libraries, we have to take them all home. The only books that we can read or use are books that the library or the school has deemed as readable. So our own personal school libraries are all out of the classroom. And if you're caught reading a book, you can be fined, like a book from your personal library.
And it's just going to get gradually worse over time. It's going to get gradually worse.
But them Adam and Steve books are in there though.
Yeah. Maybe not in Texas, but it's in Cali.
Yeah.
It's in Cali. And it may be coming to a theater near you, but it's definitely out in the West Coast. In those liberal states, It's horrible. So, and that was part of the thing is that's what they were doing. That was an aspect of why they took books out of the schools here, was to keep that type of environment away. But the problem is, you take the Adam and Steve stuff, which is great. You're taking all books. They're controlling all messages, at least in Texas, until Beto wins and everything falls apart. Anyway, that's another story. But let's go back on the topic. Obadiah 1 and verse 4 again. Well, let's verse 5. Because he says Esau makes their nest amongst the stars. He's going to bring them down. It's because of their pride and their desire for control. He's going to bring Esau down. But as we're explaining, this has been his mindset and his archetype from the very beginning. Taking people's lands, taking people's possessions, usurping them, and controlling them. Read on.
Verse 5. If thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Would they not have stolen till they had enough? If the grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes?
So what he's saying is, the archetype of Esau is unlike most of the people on earth. He's explaining why they're greatly hated and despised amongst the world. There's zero compassion. They're going to take every drop of resources they can possibly get from you and leave you with nothing. It's beyond greed. It's hateful. It's destructive. Think about the media is almost purposely just forgotten to talk about Gaza. These people are starving to death. The water is literally toxic. They're breaking those. Hell, they're breaking the people in Haiti. When you sit back and realize that the people of Haiti eat dirt cakes. They eat dirt cakes for meals. This is what moms feed their kids before they go to school. They will take dirt and mix it with bad water because the water is toxic. And they will sit back here and let the dirt cakes dry outside. Then they will take these dirt. Listen, I was watching another the sanitation in Haiti. They don't even have place and access to throw away trash. So the water is contaminated with the trash and the sewage. And they're taking the contaminated sewage water, mixing it with dirt, and making cakes. And that's all they had. That is the majority of what they have to eat. This is life, and nobody talks about it. It's like it's forgotten. But you'll talk about the Ukrainians. You'll talk about all these other scenarios and not the people that are really suffering. These people in Gaza, the water is polluted down there also. They are literally wiping them out. They're destroying and blowing up, purposely blowing up hospitals schools. This is what's happening and nobody's talking about it. It's like their nature is to destroy everything about you. They will sit back here. When Esau fights wars, they're going to destroy your water sources. Listen, you get bridges, you get that, you get military armaments, military locations, but they'll sit back here and take out your water supplies. They'll take out your food supplies. They fight dirty. They fight to break you and to destroy you and wipe you off the map. It's not, and then they'll sit back here and they will perpetually create systems to keep generation after generation broke and subservient. And any country that tries to fight a little bit to give your country stability, you're labeled socialist, communist, dictator, scum. Then they'll find whatever reasons it means they can to take you out and wipe you and bring you down. This is literally their system. So when you're reading verse 5 about the robbers and the thieves not taking everything in your house, he's explaining they take everything of yours and you're left with nothing. Whether it was back then when they take out the Horites, or it's now when they go to a foreign country and they take every aspect of your natural resource. So you have, listen, every country, the Most High gave natural resources for that country to sustain itself. That was an aspect of how the Lord showed his love towards the people of that region. But what do we do? Or what does Esau do? They will exploit and take every aspect of every other nation's ability to sustain themselves and take it right up under them. And this is why the Lord in Revelation called the nation of Esau the bottomless pit. Esau, their archetype is the bottomless pit because it's never enough.
Never satisfied.
Because it used to be taught that the bottomless pit was Europe because Europe had no natural resources. That's not true. Europe has natural resources, but they run through all their natural resources and they got to have more natural resources. What he's saying about the bottomless pit, the Europeans just can't use their country's natural resources and survive. Their economic systems are designed to where I can't just use my country's resources. I have to take from everybody else's resources.
Like they cut up Africa.
Oh, listen, like the British cut up Africa, like the British cut up India, like the British cut up
China.
the Far East, China, Taiwan, all those countries. This is Esau's mindset. This is what makes Esau the nation the bottomless pit.
Kenya. Chopped up Kenya.
The whole place. And the funny thing, I remember it was in the 1890s. They had a council in Germany to determine how they're going to divide up Africa. All those countries and splits, and they called this country this and this.
Borders, a new name.
The white man made those names up to decide how we're going to carve up the natural resources here,
Who gets
there,
what?
everywhere. It's almost like when you go to those councils in the 1890s, Esau was casting lots for it. That would be the biblical terminology. They casted lots for the countries and the territories of Africa. They casted lots for the territories of South America, the territories of Central America, the territories of North America and Canada. This is what they did. This is what they do. So, with that being the case, this is how you explain the robber. So then it says, if the grape gatherers came to thee, will they not leave some grapes? Come. But the nations hate Esau because they don't leave anything for anybody else. Continue.
Verse 6. How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up?
He's explaining how you see Esau's patterns, Esau's mentality. You know you're seeing an Edomite, or you know you're seeing the leadership of Esau and an Edomite nation when they just can't be okay with what the Most High gave them. when the taking is excessive, when the desire for more continues to push.
Whether they stealing oil of Venezuela, or trying to occupy Greenland, or steal native territory in Canada and build pipelines through native burial grounds.
Why are they fighting? It's like this. They know we have to control all the straits. It's like we're going to control all the oil and all the shipping straits that sends out oil and food all across the world. What people aren't realizing is whether it's United States. I don't like pushing fear mongering. I don't like to get everybody all scared and worried. But listen, our strategic reserves are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. We can sit back here. We have access to Venezuela oil, but we don't have enough processing plants that can break down that type of crude. That is a thicker, heavier, dense crude, and there's only like 2 or 3 plants in the entire United States, one's in Corpus Christi, that can break down that thickness of crude. Why am I explaining this? 25% of the world's oil and a lot more fertilizer is still being blocked up in those straits. On top of, so that's not coming, oil is not coming out. Iran is blowing up many of the Saudi Arabian and Qatarian oil sources to the point where even when the wars stop, the production could take 10 to 15 years before it gets back on track, if it can get restored. It's a lot gloomier than it's talked about. So 25% of the world's oil and fuel is gone, which means the majority of the world, or a large portion of the world, will be unable to have or have access to fertilizer. Without access to fertilizer, how are you going to sit back and reestablish crops? How can you do it? So when you read about famines and in the prophetical verse about famines and wars and rumors of wars, it can easily happen now. When there's no food, no access to growing food on a mass level, what are you left with? Wars and intensified fighting. So things are bad, but this is how Esau's mindset. If I can't control every aspect, when Russia talked about a unipolar or a multipolar world is a country with multiple powers and nations that can control their jurisdictions without the United States having omnipotent control. This is why they're fighting. Because China's fighting for their sovereignty, Russia's fighting for their sovereignty, and the United States isn't going to have it. They're not going to have it. It's either all or nothing. We're going to have control of everything, or I can't go to sleep at night. Isn't this the mindset the Mosai is explaining about Esau? It's all or nothing. Esau can't share nothing with anybody. And you can see it in their foreign policy. You can look at every president that's ever walked on earth. Domestic policies may have varied, but foreign policy has all been the same. You go to old black folks' houses, it was Martin Luther King. Who else is on those pictures? The pictures of 3 great men of all time.
John F. Kennedy.
JFK was in there.
JFK,
MLK,
and White Jesus.
No,
it wasn't 2 white folks. It was 1 black. It was 2 black people and 1 white person. It was MLK. Who else?
Malcolm X. Malcolm X.
Was it Malcolm?
I see too many of those.
It wasn't Malcolm. It wasn't Malcolm.
For some houses it was, but
no, there was a separate white Jesus. I'm not saying there wasn't a white Jesus in the house, but there was pictures of JFK,
his
Martin,
his brother,
maybe him. Robert F. Kennedy.
It was Robert F. Kennedy, John F. Kennedy, and MLK.
That sounds more like it.
And then you had the white Jesus.
He was on the side.
And then
A bigger picture was of him in the house.
and then we had Jimi Hendrix on one side of one wall.
Jimmy,
Yeah.
Save the black man with the guitar.
Oh my God. Yes, sir.
So from now, Obadiah, from then to now, it was like 4,000 years? Roughly?
No. It wasn't that long.
From today to then, what was the time frame?
Well, we're going into an Obadiah.
Okay.
We're going into. It's going to go from Obadiah and Psalms, and it explains what Esau did when we fell in 586 BC. So this is talking about. Well, first of all, when he's talking about Obadiah, he's talking about Obadiah or Esau's track record.
His nature.
His nature and his track record. So this is how he's been since he's been created.
So I was asking that because with the time frame, because all this time, however long it's been, this has been a characteristic up until today.
Yes.
And my first question was like, how? Because when I look at the Olympics, no one's better. So when I look at, I was in the military. I did 8 years, and I was in 9/11, and no one's better. How are they always better? So that's why I was asking, how are they doing this? But it seems like it's just divine.
It's divine, but also the scripture says the Greeks seek after what? Wisdom. The Jews seek a sign. The Greeks seek after wisdom. The white man's nature is to figure out how and why.
Yeah, think tank.
And they will figure out how and why by any means. Listen, remember, Shamshwan's been going over a lot about the spirit of Cain and how the entire earth before Cain really made his decision to operate with rapine and pillaging and criminal activity, the whole world was innocent of that mentality until Cain came in and brought in an entirely different mindset to establish land properties and have a thinking of taking advantage of people and getting and gaining and getting and gaining and getting and gaining. That mentality was not in our nature. Hell, even how the Most High intended our people to reign on earth was for us to serve the Most High, establish a city on a hill, and the rest of the world adapt and comply to serving the Most High on this city on a hill. And because we chose not to embrace serving the Most High, then He allowed the rest of the nations to tap into their strength and to tap into their innovations, to allow every nation to run their course. Real quick, let's go to 2nd Ezra. Chapter 6. And verse 7 through 9.
Right. 2nd Ezra chapter 6 and verse 7. Page 20. It says, Then answered I and said, What shall be the parting asunder of the times? Or when shall be the end of the first and the beginning of it that followeth?
So Ezra had been going in communication with the angel for many chapters in Ezra. One of his questions was, how am I going to know when we're close to the end of times? And when we're close to the beginning of the new kingdom that follows. Read on.
Verse 8. And he said unto me, From Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau.
So, Jacob's hand held Esau. So who came out first? Esau came out first. Jacob came out second. Read on.
God. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth.
So it is divine intervention. The Most High's desire was for Esau to establish the end of times. It was meant to be that he ushers in the end, and our people will usher in the new world. So we can't ever get to a point where we can establish ourselves with our new kingdom until the so-called white man runs his course.
Until the prophecy is complete. We're dealing with prophecy. We're dealing with
the will, just the will of the Most High.
It's the will of the Father as a consequence to our sin as a nation.
And also, when you're reading 2nd Ezra 6, as Ezra is trying to understand what all this is about, it was always about Jacob and Esau. It was always about those two nations from the beginning all the way to the end. Throughout history, there was other nations in the mix, but at the very end, it was about Esau and Jacob and their relationship and their dynamic between the two. And this is what the angel is trying to explain to Ezra. It was always about those two. So, whether the Most High gave Esau his abilities to control this earth as long as he does, it was the will of the Father to do so. Okay? So, let's go back to Obadiah and give me verse 7.
Obadiah verse 7. All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border.
He says, all the men of thy confederacy. What is the confederacy talking about? The people that are allied with Esau. The individuals allied with Esau have brought thee even to the border. What border? Our border. We're going to go back to the pictures. The confederacy of Edom, the allies of Edom, have brought them to our borders. Now, I'm going to show you the picture of, look at this picture real quick, online, if you can. You see how the borders are starting to change? Borders are starting to change. See? They were east. Everything, the Edomite countries were east of all the waters. Then they started creeping up into more of the desert territory of the west. They started expanding their territories. But it didn't matter because we had a significant chunk of that entire land in the south. Don't forget, you're looking at this map to the left. You have Beersheba. Beersheba was like the bottom part of Judah. And we, in our old territory, went far beyond that. All the way to Egypt damn near. So, as Edom is getting closer and closer to our borders, and we're going to get another picture. And this is what ends up happening post 586 BC. Let me move some of these out the way. Now look at Idumea. Why can't I get this over that one? Maybe this is the reason. Nope, can't do it. So are you seeing all of a sudden, how did Idumea get from, there it goes, from all the way, look at the Dead Sea. Look at the Dead Sea to the right. Look at the Dead Sea to the left. Now all of a sudden they cross over the water. They cross, listen, Edom is still to the back right. Edom is still on the back right below Moab. That's still their land. But now they're Idumea. And now they're changing their borders. And look how much land Judah has lost. From left to right. That is a significant drop-off That is significant. So verse 7 is saying, all the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. And this is what Esau is doing. They've been brought from all the way to the east of the Jordan River. And they worked themselves all the way into the heart of Judea. How the heck did that happen? You see that chunk? You see that shift? It came out of nowhere. Is once because understanding Esau's nature, they're going to keep pushing to take everything that they possibly can. So, verse 7 says what? Read it again from the top.
Verse 7. It says, all the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him.
I want to show and go to Psalms 83 real quick to explain these confederates and who these confederates are that are with Esau. Psalms chapter 83, verse 1 through 9.
Psalms 83 verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O Yahweh. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O Yahweh. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up their head.
What he's telling you is David is explaining all the nations surrounding us hate our guts and they want us destroyed. And they're all coming together to break us. Read on.
Verse 3. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation.
Now it starts to make sense. The nation's intention as a whole has always been to take us out of our power and to eliminate Israel as being a threat to the rest of the region. We've gone over all these classes about the Maccabees. You can start seeing that. Or even before the Maccabees, when tax farming was a thing, everybody was sitting back here trying to stifle and break Israel, trying to stifle and break our nation and keep us in a subservient position. This has been history from the beginning.
Even when we were building the temple.
Yes. With Nehemiah. Rebuilding. Yes.
Yep.
The nations around us, the Samaritans, the Moabites, the Ammonites, they all wanted us destroyed. And just a purchaser, never a sovereign nation. They were okay with exploiting us, never giving us sovereignty. Just same thing now. Well, let's continue.
All right. It says, they have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
God.
For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee.
There's that word confederate, right? Read about the Confederates in Obadiah 1. So the Confederates that were with Esau were who? Read on.
Verse 6. The tabernacles of Edom.
Okay, read on.
And the Ishmaelites.
All the little Arab groups all around. Read on.
And of Moab. And the Harjan.
The Hagarenes.
The Hagarenes.
Mm-hmm.
Gabal. And Ammon. And Amalek.
Amalek is the leading group of Edom. The funny thing is, you start seeing a pattern very early that Edom and Amalek are a little separate. And Amalek had already been separating themselves from Edom from the very beginning. Just like Esau now separates himself, or Amalek now, your so-called Israelis, separate themselves from your Europeans and your American Edomites. There's a separation even to this day. So let's continue.
God. It says, the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre,
Which is the Philistines. Read on.
Assur also,
Ashur are the Assyrians. Read on.
God. Assur also is joined with them. They have holpen the children of Lot. Salah.
Read on.
Do unto them as unto the Midianites.
I don't want all the rest of that because the Midianites, what David was saying concerning all those confederate nations was to wipe them out, just like we wiped out the Midianites. Because who were the ones what was the nation that was responsible for paying and sending the prophet that talked to the donkey?
Balaam?
Balaam. Yeah, no, it wasn't.
Ammonites were the
No, it
ones
was
that
not.
paid the money, right?
No, it was not. No, it wasn't. Who was the nation that was responsible for sending Balaam to curse Israel? It was the Midianites.
Oh.
The Midianites
Yeah, you're right.
were the ones who told Moab to send their women to him.
Yeah, you're right.
It was the Midianites. That's why Moses said, completely wipe out these damn Midianites.
Yeah.
We didn't go to war with the Moabites. We went to war with the Midianites.
We did.
And then we brought women from Midian.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
It always happens.
It always happens.
So I don't like this.
We can't give us Moab. We gotta take
Everybody
Midian.
has to die. She can stay.
It's ridiculous.
That's what they do.
But this is what they did. So David is saying what we should do to the nations
Yeah.
is the same thing Moses did to the Midianites, was to wipe out our enemies so there can be peace. And what did he end up doing? He actually did that. He took out the Assyrians. He took out the Moabites. He took out the Edomites. He took out the Philistines. He cleared the board so that Solomon could have peace. Anyway, let all that go. I went there to show the confederacy. The confederacy with Edom are all the nations in the region that hated us.
Yeah. That's the Confederacy. That's
That's the
gathering.
confederacy and the gathering of these people that have helped Esau come and move to the what? To the border. Our border.
It's like they're United Nations at that time.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's why in the United Nations, there's no Israelites there. There's no Israelite representing our people at the United Nations. You know the president of Argentina is an Israeli? This guy wears a little yarmulke and everything like that. And he's been sitting back here and giving the Jewish people sweetheart deals. And they're buying up Patagonia left and right.
Oh my God.
It's almost like the Israelis are like inverted Israelites in the truth. Remember the scripture says that we're going to go to the wilderness?
Yeah.
Patagonia is their wilderness.
Yeah.
So what they've been doing is burning all the land in Patagonia, literally burning it, and then buying it on the cheap. And the president, Javier, whatever his name is letting him, bringing them on. He's bringing them on. Let him come in and droves.
Or he dies.
or he dies or something happens to him.
They're still colonizing over there.
They're colonizing everywhere. They're colonizing there. Some of them, a lot of them. The funny thing is this. If you see like images of like Ukraine, and if a person just walks down Ukraine, you better be a woman. Because if not, they're throwing you in jail and send you to war. But when you sit back and go down the streets of Ukraine, Kiev in particular, there's no men there. Men are wiped out. Ukraine has almost 2 million men are dead. Almost 2 million. They just don't talk about it. 2 million people. That's like World War II numbers.
Yeah. It is.
Per country, 2 million men are dead.
They can't produce.
Per country?
It's already a low birth rate.
So
already.
what am I saying? 2 million men are off the map. Guess who's buying property up?
You know who's buying property?
Like the guys that make that they're doing it.
Spin the data.
They're sitting back here buying up property in Ukraine and Argentina.
Yep.
No lie. Those are going to be their havens. Now Ukraine is closer to their origin space anyway. The Baltic, the Black Sea, that's their original land anyway. Because they're Slavic by nature. Anyway, what am I trying to say? We're just explaining the Confederacy and how they've been using the nations to help take and get closer to our borders back then. But this concept, you gotta get out of here, right? This concept of taking borders isn't a new thing. So, read verse 8. Thawan. You saluted him.
Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Baya Sha'al.
Thawan Makah, Shah Shabbatah, Bada Shah, Baya Shah, Mujib. Yahweh Hashem Yah Shabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yah Shabbatah.
All right, we're taking our time because it's important that we explain how Esau got so far up, their mindset, and if you can understand the totality of the move, then you might start scratching your head to determine what John Hyrcanus does when he begins to get leverage over. It's not going to make sense once you read how the Most High looks at Esau. Historically, it just doesn't make sense. So, read verse 8.
Obadiah, verse 8. Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom, and understanding out of Mount of Esau?
So listen, if we're going to sit back here and get to the reality of things, who's the Most High? Past, present, and future. Who is he targeting to wipe off the face of the map? You got to give me a little more than that. Read it again, verse 8.
Verse 8. Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom, and understanding out of the Mount of Esau?
So who is he really targeting? The rich, the elites. He's targeting the elites. This is why, when you read in Isaiah, who's going to be our nursing mothers and nursing fathers?
Kings.
The kings and queens will be the nursing mothers and nursing fathers. He's going to break the elites and their families. And that power structure, that's who he's gunning for. He's gunning for, the merchants. When you read in Revelations, he talks about destroying the merchants. The present day merchants are who? The bankers, the elites, the people calling the shots and setting up the tone of society.
Fortune 500 company.
Yes, and the people behind it. The system, the people behind the system. He's going to break them. So he's breaking them then, and he's going to break them now. Yes, sir.
So, Second Ezra chapter 6, or actually throughout the Bible period, it's supposed to wipe out this nation, and we don't do it. But they're going to be in the end. So until then, we'll be able to do it anyway.
Yeah. Well,
right? Because he's going to wipe out it, but that's going to be in the end.
Yes.
So all the other times, like Saul was never going to do it.
mm-hmm.
Moses, like they were never going to do it, right? They couldn't.
Well, I'm going to say this.
Divine intervention.
The Most High still punished Saul for not doing what he was told.
He did, yeah.
Because he was still supposed to wipe out Amalek.
Right.
The funny thing is, he knew he wasn't going to wipe out Amalek. That's the scary thing. The scary thing is not trying to freak people out. And I'm not, take this thought with a grain of salt. The scary thing is, how much free will is free will? How much free will do you have? If the Most High knows what you're going to do. Is it free will?
Well, he knows what you're going to do. Well, I guess we still have free will, but he knows you're going to do it anyway. But you still allow.
So is it free will? I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's why I said take it for a grain of salt. But he was supposed to sit back and take out Amalek. He didn't do it. Saul, I'm talking about.
Right.
I'm not saying that John Hyrcanus was supposed to eliminate all the Edomites. That's not what I'm saying. But you kept them 2 minutes from your house, knowing their nature is to take control of you eventually. That's the nature that Esau has. So, little foreshadowing. The thing that John Hyrcanus doesn't do ends up giving power to men like Herod. That's why a white guy was in charge of Jerusalem during the time of Christ. Because he didn't do his job. So, you see that?
There's a consequence to rebellion.
There's a consequence to not reading the scriptures, applying the book, and understanding all the breadcrumbs he lays out. So, with that being the case, the Most High's intention, and I'm just trying to sit back here, he says the Most High is trying to take out the minds of Edom, the leadership of Edom. Because that's where the sickness is. It's just like, what do you think Esau's trying to do with Iran? Cut the head of the snake. They keep saying, cut the head of the snake. We're going to just bomb the Ayatollah, bomb the leadership, bomb the military generals. If we take them out, they're scattered. What did Iran do in response? They literally have safeguard plans for every region in Iran. And they say, if this guy dies, if the leadership dies, just open this letter and do what the instructions say. So it eliminates the need for a leader when everything is mapped out and what to do when the leadership is dead. So if you take one guy out, you have this Hydra situation. One head turns to 7.
Yeah.
So that's the only way you can beat this guy. You have to take away the power of one mind and just give instructions so that everybody unilaterally thinks the same. But what the Most High's intention is to wipe out the leadership of Esau so the world can be at peace. So, read verse 8. We read verse 8. Slakia. Let's jump to verse 10.
Verse 10. For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee.
So he says, for the violence against Jacob, shame shall cover thee. Read on.
And thou shalt be cut off forever.
Now, the cutting off forever just hasn't happened yet. Because this tussle between Jacob and Esau isn't done. We just read in 2nd Ezra chapter 6 that Jacob is the beginning of the world that follows and Esau is the end of the world. So if we understand Esau and Jacob have to fight and have to struggle to the end, verse 10 lets you know that the violence that Esau has done to Jacob and continues to do to Jacob will be his undoing. Now we can sit back here and look at it on a small level and talk about the cops and the crooked officers and all that stuff, but it's institutional. It's the institutional breaking and attacking of Israel and the entire world. And because of it, at the end, he's going to cut off that nation forever. Read on.
Verse 11. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side.
Now, the violence that's being discussed now is specific to 586 BC. Read verse 11 again.
Verse 11. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side.
So, we're going to sit back here and go back to these images. So, in the day that thou stoodest on the other side, this is Edom right here. No, not this one, not this one. Not this one. Okay, read it again.
Verse 11. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side.
So whether it's on the right image or the left image, Edom was on the other side of the sea, and they were witnessing Jerusalem being besieged. They were witnessing the smaller cities of Jerusalem getting wiped out by the Babylonian armies. They were wiped out by the Babylonian armies because that was the prophecy, because of our wickedness. We were wicked, we were evil. So Esau was witnessing us fall apart and get destroyed. Right?
Yeah.
Read on.
In the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces.
So in the day that the Babylonians were taking us captive and sending us to Babylon, read on.
And foreigners entered into his gates.
And foreigners entered into Jerusalem, the Babylonians, Nebuchadnezzar to be specific, read on.
And cast lots upon Jerusalem.
So he says the nations cast lots upon Jerusalem. What does casting lots mean? Casting lots for land means using an impartial, random method, such as drawing marked stones, sticks, or rolling dice. It was rolling dice back in the day. To divide and distribute property fairly without human favoritism or argument. So after we got taken out of our land, there was only a remnant left to farm, to farm the summer fruits, so that the Babylonians can make a commodity off of it. So he's saying while we were being shipped out, the nations, all the Confederate nations in the region, were casting lots to determine what? Who gets what? I get this part. I get this part. I get this part. So, read it again from the top, verse 11.
Verse 11. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces, and foreigners entered into his gates, and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou wast as one of them.
So the Mosiah is saying, listen, you guys were still brothers. And you sat back here and partook in the looting of the region. And you guys casted lots for property and land that wasn't yours. So where are we at? Not this one. So once again, so the Most High is like, y'all sat back here and just migrate your entire people over to this land like it was damn the gold rush.
California gold.
Like it was a California gold rush. Bing, 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 bing. Y'all sent all the little trucks and little wagons. It's them gold that I'm here.
Yeah.
Like they're going to Frisco to get rich. That's what I'm saying. This is what it was. Everybody headed west for new land and new territory. That's all theirs. The Most High is like, y'all nation sat back here and left your intended landmarks and went to our landmarks and inhabited our land. Read on.
Verse 12. But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother in the day that he became a stranger.
Well, what does it mean, looked upon the day of thy brother that he became a stranger? What does that mean? To look on the day of thy brother in the day that he became a stranger. To look upon something means I get a chance to come up. Let me come up. So he's like, just because your brother was down doesn't mean now was an opportunity for you to rise up. And the Most High was stinging Esau because that his nature has always been to get on top, and once we fall, it's a signal for them to rise up. But this correlation has been the correlation from the beginning of time. Our downfall meant they rose. Their fall meant we rose. This has been the dynamic since the beginning of time. Even all throughout the history of Europe, when you sit back here and listen to Roman scholars and writers and people that wrote history at the time, when Julius Caesar was leaving Rome and operating westward, as he went to France and he worked his way down to Spain and worked his way from Spain to Europe, they explained that there were different warring tribes all throughout those regions. And one of the advantages they had were that these tribes weren't unified. And in the midst of their lack of unity, they would explain that some of these tribes were swarthy. What does swarthy mean? Dark.
To be dusky.
Black. Dark and black. And some, they said, had
Tawny.
red hair and blue eyes. Literally, he's saying these warring tribes in France, Spain, and Britain, some of them, and listen, this isn't just black propaganda, but he said the swarthy ones were the most difficult to defeat, specifically in South Britain. He said, these dudes gave us hell. This is Tacitus. I took the parchment. I bought parchment. Because they would take that off the records. And Tacitus would write, when we fought the Britons of South England, they were very formidable. And he says they must have originated from those same swarthy people of Spain. What does that let you know? There was blacks in Spain, there was blacks in England, there were blacks in France, there were blacks in Germany. And there were also whites in all those countries. And that dynamic of Esau and Jacob struggling for power has always been a thing. No different than there was blacks in Greece and there was whites in Greece. This is why everybody's going crazy with the movie Odyssey. And they got that African chick being like, I think it was Helen of Troy. Listen, the funny thing is, that could be true. White folks are mad as hell. They're like, Greece was lily white. How dare you take that from us?
Just like
it's not true.
Just like blacks were mad when what's her name?
Who?
The whitest woman of all time?
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra. But who's the white woman? What was her name?
It was
not Mary Mama. It was
no.
Elizabeth Taylor.
Elizabeth Taylor.
The black folks was like, look, Cleopatra wasn't no white woman. Yes, she was.
They could have happened. Listen.
Yes, she was. You liar.
Cleopatra took you from the black. The people really
they got mad at.
People mourn in the Pan-African community and the black community, really in general. They mourn.
All the Cleopatras were white because just like the Ptolemies were white, Cleopatra's only popped up in the scene as the wives of Ptolemies.
But the Queen of Egypt being a white woman is an insult to people that praise Pan-Africanism and praise that ideology about Africa. When in history, she was white.
And because and there was more than one Cleopatra.
Yeah.
There were like 7, 8 of them.
Yeah.
There were many Cleopatras. And the one that's the famous one that slept with all these guys, that was towards the end of the Ptolemaic Empire.
Yeah. She was Kardashian Cleopatra. That was her name in history.
Kim Cleopatra. Kim K. Cleopatra.
Kiki Patra.
Yeah, Kiki Cleopatra. It's the truth.
Yeah.
So, the whole point is, what are we going into again? It's verse 12 is explaining that Esau shouldn't have took advantage of our fall and inhabited our land. Like what you're seeing here. Once again, when we started off the class, and we explained that how did Esau get from the image to the right to the image to the left. Now we understand. They migrated once we got pulled out of Israel in 586 BC. They housed a large chunk of our land. They went from ashy to classy.
Yeah.
They went from mountains and living in hills and caves, and now they had access to fruit and vegetables
From the
and
bottom.
farming.
From the bottom.
It was a come up. And that's literally how it went down. And then the rest of Judah, because we were already gone, the Samaritans had access to that. The people north of us, they had access to it. Then you had the Ammonites had a piece of it. Then you had the Moabites had a piece of it. Everybody had their piece of the pie. And the Most High was upset and furious at Esau because they took advantage of our fall. They were supposed to have compassion on us So they didn't give us compassion and mercy because they were the grape gatherers that left nothing for us to come back to. And when we had the opportunity to sit back here and do payback, we let them stay here. We gave them this land. But let's continue.
Verse 12 again.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 12. But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother in the day that he became a stranger. Neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in the day of their destruction. Neither shouldest thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress.
So not only did they get the land, they started talking smack afterwards. Their ego and their pride got lifted up because they got to come up. Mm-hmm. Read on.
Thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity.
See how it's all coming together? You shouldn't have came in and took our property and our land and housed our zone. Read on.
Yea, thou shouldest not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity.
To look on their affliction means to look on our affliction as an opportunity for yourself.
Yep.
But once again, why am I going heavily into this? Because what we're about to read ain't going to make no damn sense. Because if you understand scripturally what's being said, and you understand spiritually what the Most High is trying to show you, it doesn't make any sense to make the moves John Hyrcanus is about to do. Read on.
You got 130 Psalms 137.
Yes, I do. Yes, I got it 1 through 9.
Yeah.
So let's continue.
Nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity.
And this is why the Most High was so mad at Esau. Because they took our fall as a come up for them. And he's like, you guys are going to have to pay for this. But the funny thing is, they're going to have to pay for not just this particular generation from 586 on. It's all of the countries and peoples and territories that they've stolen. That's why the scripture says, the thief cometh not but to steal, kill, and destroy. The thief, if we're going to be honest, the thief is the generational thief. Not the person that's broke and needs some bread. The generational thief that's in his nature to steal is going to steal, kill, and destroy habitually. This nation has a habit of habitually stealing and taking from the time of the Horites in Deuteronomy all the way through history. They've been taking, housing, seizing, robbing. That's the thief. And that's not blackity black talk. That's just honest historical information. Because it's important that we stay contextual when we explain Esau's track record. So it doesn't come off emotional and irrational and extreme. Because that's not what this is about. You have to prove what you're saying and stay in this pocket of clarity. Okay, so with that being the case, we kind of have an idea of why the Most High is upset at Esau and why this chapter had to be written, and that this chapter is really an ongoing generational issue between us and them. Let this go and go to Deuteronomy 27. Deuteronomy 27, let me see. Yes.
There are, even back then, there were rules for war. They had specific things that you couldn't do.
Yep. And I'm going to go into one of the rules the Most High said, even concerning landmarks and territories. Deuteronomy 27, verse 17.
Deuteronomy chapter 27 and verse 17. Which may go out before
No, Deuteronomy 27 and 17.
Deuteronomy chapter 27 and verse 17.
Y'all got two? No, I got. Then go get one. That's what I'm saying. Let's go for it. Keep going.
Deuteronomy chapter 27 and verse 17. Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmark.
Didn't Esau just remove his neighbor's landmark?
Wow,
It's a curse to remove your neighbor's landmark.
that's crazy.
That's the neighbor's land. That's Israel. Why are they housing our landmark?
I've always read that. I never put those two and two together.
Con. That's a cursed move.
Yeah.
That's when the Most High wasn't with it. You're gonna take your neighbor's land area? Don't forget, why did Israel take Ammon's portion of land east of the Jordan? Did they just take it to be conquerors, or they weren't allowed to pass? They weren't allowed to pass, so they defeated them. And when they defeated them, they housed the land.
Yeah.
Why am I saying that? That's not taking your landmark. That's you being forced to go to war, and you justifiably take the spoils of your war.
Come.
Right here, there wasn't a justifiable reason to take Israel's landmarks, because those landmarks were given and established by who?
The Heavenly Father.
The Most High. These are the Most High's landmarks,
Oh, wow.
not yours.
Okay.
He set up the land for Israel, the land flowed with milk and honey.
Yeah.
So you want some of that milk and honey?
Now
He
you
didn't
want-
give you the milk and honey. He gave you rocks and caves
But it goes,
to live in.
It goes back to that. I think Church Walls in Genesis, but it goes back to Esau and Jacob and not getting your blessing.
Yeah.
Esau wanted to take his blessing back anyway by force,
Mhm.
and that's connected. But we can't even go to that point. But
So does that make sense? You get something to say?
no, that's cool.
Okay, so it's a curse to take your neighbor's landmark. Jump to Deuteronomy 32, verse 7 through 9.
Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 7.
And this is the proof that it's the landmark. Read that.
Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee. Thy elders, and they will tell thee. When the Most High divided to the nations their
The
inheritance.
Most High divided to every nation their inheritance. So I can't say, we do know Esau was gifted Mount Seir. Now, if they sat back here and took more land than Mount Seir and expanded their domain in the rocks and clefts of the earth, cool. But the region Esau was given was the mountains. Now, with that being the case, he gave everybody their particular land masses. Read on.
When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, and set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel.
So he separated the sons of Adam. He gave everybody their land. I'm trying to find an image that works. That works. Like I said, this is only, there it goes. This is a better image. When you sit back here and look at all the land we were given. Judah is in the brown, Israel is in the green. That was the land the Most High said, listen, this is what I want y'all to have. This is your inheritance. This is what I give you and offer you out of my love to you. The sons of Adam, your property is the green and the brown. But what does Esau do? He takes the landmark, he takes over, and takes advantage of our fall. By the time we came back to Babylon, that land was supposed to stay unoccupied. And if somebody else took it, it was supposed to be somebody else to take. If the Ashdodites took it, then let them take it. Esau was the most familial connected out of all of us. And they sat back and they gained the most advantage of every other nation territorially. Look at the territories. Look at the territories. Who else gained as much as they did? They gained more than anybody. Now listen, we know that east of the Jordan, the green was ours too. These Ammonites retook their locations and Syria took some of their land back. We see that. We also see that the Philistines took a little bit more of their land area back. But Edom gained the greatest advantage. Edom gained the greatest advantage. And there's no doubt about that. And this is where the Most High was so pissed off at. Because they didn't accept the portions that were given to them. It's that greedy spirit that he was explaining in Obadiah 1. What you had wasn't enough. Why weren't you content with what I gave you?
You want every grape.
You want every damn grape, every acre, every land, every parcel, whatever you want to call it.
You even want the swamp.
You want the swamp. You want unoccupiable land. Just as long as you got it.
You look at the Gullah Geechee in North Carolina, South Carolina. All their land is being turned into hotels and golf courses. Augusta, Georgia, golf courses. The Masters. All that was plantation, all previous slave property, and turned into golf courses. Or if they can't take it, they'll just flood it.
Yeah.
And turn it into a man-made lake, and destroy it. But they want everything.
But you can't have it.
But you can't have it.
Listen, you can't have your music. That's not.
We're talking about free.
You can't have R&B. You can't have it. Adele got it now.
They're taking it off.
Adele got R&B now. You get my point.
Listen,
We know she don't have it,
Listen, this Edomite chick,
but they fighting for
she
it.
dropped an 80s song, 80s R&B song. Like, it's like you think, my God, you think it's a sister.
Yeah.
And then you look at it, it's not a sister. But it sounds great though. It sounds great, but they will definitely preserve your culture.
Yeah.
That kind of.
Well, they're gonna take it. They're gonna take it, not preserve it
They're
for
gonna take it.
themselves. Exactly. Listen, wait till AI gets rocking and rolling. They're gonna say Michael Jackson was a wet guy. What? If you sit back here and let it go long enough, Jordan's gonna be white. Michael Jackson gonna be white.
Tupac will be like,
Tupac gonna be white like
What's
this.
up?
Oh, that's hilarious.
West Side!
That's hilarious.
Orange County.
Oh, the OC. Anyway, that's horrible. That's a horrible day in America when that happens. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So.
Get one verse too. Exodus 21:16.
Yep.
Exodus chapter 21 and verse 16. And he that stealeth a man.
And if they don't steal the land, what are they going to do?
They ain't gonna steal people.
They're going to steal you. He said, he that stealeth the what?
A man.
Wow.
Read.
And selleth him.
And what do Esau do?
And selleth him.
Esau is
Yeah, exactly.
That's the point. Esau is the master of stealing men, kidnapping them, trafficking people, and selling people.
Yep.
That's bigger than drugs. Human trafficking is bigger than drugs, bigger than dope.
Yeah.
It's a large industry. Bigger than
dope.
Bigger than sports.
Wow.
He said, he that stealeth the man, read on.
And selleth him.
Go ahead.
Where if he be found in his hand,
Go ahead.
he shall surely be put to death.
And that's why the culmination of the punishment has to be added up all the way to the end of time. Because you got to look at what this man has done historically throughout history. He's been stealing land and stealing people from the beginning of time. And that's why his punishment got to be great.
Yep.
Let that go.
Okay, so now we're going to go into the Josephus. Now that we have that backdrop set up, now we need to go into Josephus and get understanding about what John Hyrcanus did. Now we have an idea of what's going on. Now the topic can kind of be explained in context, and now we kind of see the move for what it is, and now you can make your determination about if this was wisdom or not. We're going to read the entire chapter. So it's book 13, chapter 9, paragraph 1. We're going to read the whole paragraph. So book 13, chapter 9, paragraph 1 of the Josephus, so we can historically keep things in context now. Are there any questions before we move forward? Any questions about what we're saying so far? Okay. We'll try to answer that one too, mamas. So let's do that. Paragraph 1.
Page 352. Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 9, paragraph 1, line 254. But when Hyrcanus heard of the death of Antiochus, he presently made an expedition against the cities of Syria.
So we read this last week. Hyrcanus sits back here, sees the death of Antiochus VII, and looks at it as an opportunity to reestablish himself in the region. Read on. So they fight against the Syrians. Read on.
Hoping to find them destitute of fighting men, and of such as were able to defend them. However, it was not till the 6th month that he took Medeba, and that not without the greatest distress of his army.
So, looking on the map, Medeba is east of the Jordan and Dead Sea. It's that red area that's in the middle of the pink one on top and that burgundy one on the bottom. So it took him 6 months to take out that city, Medeba. Okay, continue.
After this, he took Semaga and the neighboring places, and besides these, Shechem and Gerizim.
So now he took Shechem and Gerizim, which was north of Jerusalem, in that red. Shechem, Samaria. Read on.
And the nation of the Kuthians.
Now the Kuthians were the people that were sent by the Assyrian Empire to re-inhabit Samaria when the northern kingdom fell in 722 BC. Because when the kingdom fell, they brought these Kuthians, these non-Israelites. Now some say the Kuthians have ties to Persian history or Persian lineage, but these Kuthians came down and were getting killed and mauled by lions in the northern kingdom because they were bringing idolatry to the region. So the Assyrians sent northern kingdom priests, which still didn't follow the law the right way, but it was a partial understanding of the law, brought them down to teach the Kuthians how to live and to have somewhat of a respect for the region. So when you look at Samaria at the time, it's a bunch of non-Israelites or rogue vagabond Israelites that didn't want to lock in and rebel and want to rebel from the status quo in Jerusalem. They're all inhabitants Samaria, Gerizim, and Shechem. So read on.
And the nation of the Kuthians, who dwelt at the temple, which resembled that temple which was at Jerusalem, and which Alexander permitted Sanballat, the general of his army, to build for the sake of Manasseh, who was son-in-law to Jaddua, the high priest.
That's a lot of talk. It's a lot of information. All it's saying is the people up north made a copy temple of Jerusalem, of the temple in Jerusalem. And they were vagabond, rogue priests that wanted to do their own thing, left Jerusalem, and were financed by Alexander the Great to build an entirely new temple to push their rogue philosophy of serving the Most High up in Samaria at the Mount Gerizim. Read on.
As we have formerly related, which temple was now deserted 200 years after it was built.
So, by the time John Hyrcanus comes to wipe out the temple, it was already deserted because it wasn't built on the proper spiritual principles. We talked about that last week. Continue.
Hyrcanus.
Now we're going to talk about dealing with Esau now. Read that.
Hyrcanus took also Dora and Marissa, cities of Idumea.
So he took Dora and Marissa, which were Edomite cities, which were really our territory. That was renamed. So he's starting to retake cities of ours. Read on.
And subdued all the Idumeans. And permitted them to stay in that country.
This is the madness. He sat back here, conquered the Idumeans, and said, y'all can stay in the territory y'all stole from us in 586 BC. We know you stole it from us, but I guess we don't want land. Because y'all are crying. Y'all are crying and say, pretty, please don't take us out. But we're going to let you stay in Idumea, stay in our country, which is not really Idumea, it's really Judah and Simeon's old territory. Read on.
If they would circumcise their genitals and make use of the law of the Jews.
So they're saying if you just follow the law and circumcise yourselves, you can inhabit our territory and you can stay there.
And who
you can keep the land you stole. John is talking to the Edomites.
Yeah, so this we have to get, I guess the anchor is this is our people, our leadership.
Israelite leadership, Jews, John Hyrcanus, a Levite. They conquered the Edomites south of us in that red territory.
Yeah.
So the crazy thing is the territory is red like it's ours. But is it ours? Or we're sitting back here letting the white man lease it on a 200-year lease. As long as you follow the law, you can sit in it. So that's what's happening.
This is a deal, big man.
It's a deal. It's another word for a deal is a what?
Negotiation.
A covenant.
Treaty. Covenant.
So we made a covenant with them and said, if you guys sit back here and circumcise yourselves and follow the law, we'll let you stay there.
No one did that.
Huh?
I said no.
Well, hopefully they knew who they were. Didn't you think they looked damn near the same as the Greeks? And every time the Greeks wanted to break us down, where did they send their troops? They always sent them from Bethsura. Bethsura is to the right of Lachish and to the north of Hebron. Every time Bethsura was a stronghold city that the Greeks would send their supplies to load up to get ready to overthrow Jerusalem. Time after time after time after time again, Edom would march from Antioch, which is Turkey. There is a road called the Via Maris. Trying to see if I know I have it in here on the maybe it's on here, I don't know. But the Via Maris was a military or a travel hub that military and people used since the time of Egypt. And this is how the known world got around from A to B in the region. I'm trying to find a map to show the Via Maris because it's very important that I show that. Is that it? Maybe that's it. That is it. That red line that you see, this isn't really it. This really isn't it. But that pathway is the Via Maris. And this is where that red line that goes all the way up, it is a military pathway that the nations would use to get countries from A to B, specifically militaries. And so if you're looking at, I guess, military logistics, because that's very important, you can sit back here and try to fight all the wars you want. You got to be able to get your elephants. You got to get your machinery, your gunnery equipment has got to be able to travel with men. So if you're going to send your supplies and your weapons of war, you need a clear path and not hazardous territory and terrain to walk through to properly set up your military to do the job it needs to do. And like I said, I don't want to be scrolling for images forever. So just know that Via Maris pathway was around that narrow embankment. And what they would do is they would go all the way down, come back up, and position themselves at Bethsura. And Bethsura was where they would get everything logistically sound to make attacks against Jerusalem. Why am I saying this? Esau, the Greeks, had strong relationships with these Edomites. And John, not even looking at this militarily, like, why am I going to open the door from my flank and have access for Esau to come back in and take me whenever they want to? It just didn't make military sense either. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it doesn't. So is this practice consistent as far as going into covenants with the enemy, like by way of if you keep our statutes, laws, commandments, Torah, then we'll allow you to stay? Or was this consistent with the isolated incident?
This is the first time I read about it.
And
Unless have y'all read about it? About doing deals? Listen, because it's complex. Is it wicked to have them do a covenant like that? The major problem with it was, okay, you got to follow the law. But you could have followed the law, and I could have sent you back to
In your own land.
I could have sent you, I could have extradited y'all back to your home country.
are we authorized to do that as Israelites? Could they have even immediately honored that, or if you circumcised, then we can do? Wasn't that for us?
That's why I set it up the way I did. We talk about the landmarks. It was wicked for somebody to take our original landmarks. So if you do a deal with Esau and let him stay there, you're really going against the landmarks that was originally yours.
That's what I was thinking.
Why'd you give up your landmark? That was our landmark. You gave it up. And it wasn't like there was anybody stopping you. Antiochus VII was dead. So it wasn't like you had the Greeks saying y'all can't do this. You could have got him out, but you didn't. You let him off the hook.
We could have learned from the Philistine situation. That's a historical reference point for Israel. Whenever you allow an adversary to maintain a part of your property, your land, they become a thorn in your side. It's happened multiple times.
And we're going to go there. We're going to scripturally go there
Yeah.
to add on top of the concept.
Yeah.
But once again, that's why I set it up the way I did to let us know, hey, these landmarks are ours. Just because they're crouching and crying and showing that they apologize and they feel really, really bad for stealing your property, do you let them off the hook and keep your landmass? That's yours? Would the white man do that to you?
No.
Listen. Let's talk about the slavery. We ain't even got 40 acres and a mule yet. We ain't even got that. Have we?
No.
We gave you food stamps.
Exactly.
We gave you food stamps.
And tenement housing. That's what we gave
We
you.
gave you the Cosby
Thank
Show.
you.
We gave you the Cosby Show.
We gave you in a different world.
They stole
I said,
the
what's
Cosby
that?
Show. They stole the Cosby Show.
Huh?
Had nothing.
California are inching a little closer to reparations.
Listen, they are. I heard about it. They ain't got it yet. Listen, white man gonna lose their mind to give him some reparations.
You wasted it.
It'd be a Dave Chappelle skit.
Yep.
Cadillac and Cools and Marlboros, Newports and Cadillacs will merge
Yes.
as a business.
They're doing better than
Largest conglomerate.
Yep.
That's a fact.
And these guys just keep giving it back to us. You know what I mean? They just keep
Cadillac
giving it
and
back
Newport
to us.
has merged.
It's horrible. Yeah. What's the point? What we're saying is they did a deal to allow them to stay right at our armpit.
Yeah.
Instead of truly establishing military, economic, and sovereignty for our land and our property that's ours.
But didn't David put a garrison in their land?
Yes.
Historically?
Yeah.
David put a garrison.
Police stations.
David put a police station or some authority center to keep them in order. That's what the strong kings did. The weak kings always allowed, like Saul allowed Amalek.
Well, I'm trying not to steer.
Come.
I'm trying not to steer the people. The people must decide. The people must decide what they think of John Hyrcanus. Because why do I say that? John Hyrcanus wasn't wicked. It lets you know, and we start to see the varying degrees of leadership. One can follow the law. That doesn't mean they're strong. One can keep the commandments. It doesn't mean they're making decisions, the most optimal decisions for the well-being of the nation. It lets you know there's different classifications and levels to, Jacob, there's levels to this, man. There really is levels to this. There's levels to leadership. There's levels to how to protect your nation, how to lead your household, how to lead a church. There's levels to this. So I don't want to say John was wicked because he had the leverage, he used it, and he created peace for a period of time. But a couple generations later, what do the Romans do? The Romans see? The Romans come down and they see black people fighting each other.
Not familiar.
The Romans aren't about religion. They're about money and who's going to run the empire properly. So I'm just going to foreshadow as we keep going through these classes. The Romans see black Hebrew Israelites arguing, fighting, and killing each other because they can't follow and lead properly. You know what the white man does? Well, what about these white Edomites right below them? They follow the same God and religion, and they know how to lead. See what we're going to do? We're going to put the white man in charge of these Negroes and let them do their religion. Black people, you guys just sit back and kill animals and cut the guts open of animals and burn the entrails and let the white man do the real work and lead and think. Because that's what happened. That's what ends up happening. This is why Herod the Great, an Edomite white man, calls himself king of the Jews. And that opens the story up for Christ. And why Herod has to kill any of these people who are threats to his empire. But who gave him the empire? Everybody wants to talk about man, white man. White man is the devil that the Bible speaks of, man. Who did it? Who gave it to him? Who handed the kingdom to the white man on a silver platter? Soft, weak decision making. We were soft on crime, soft on taking strong stances for our political sovereignty. So, who should have kicked out the illegal aliens? Were they not illegal aliens?
Yes.
They should have got them out.
They do it.
Are we gonna be honest? They sure the hell do it. We should have sent ICE. We should have sent ICE out here in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Jew ICE. We should have sat back here and set up programs to get these guys out of here. Because when they get the chance, they're gonna get you out of here. Because you know what they understand? You can't play with your enemies. We're the only people that are soft like that. Oh, he makes me laugh. Oh, he's cool. He cool. Come on with us. We do that.
He's by the barbecue.
I'm just going to call you Red. You make me laugh. Come on, hang out with me.
Yeah, that's
He's a
same way.
brother from another mother. He's a brother from another mother. That's how we act. A brother from another mother? What about your nationality? We just want to bring everybody in the crew? That's how we think. Am I lying? Bring them all in. And then 15 years later, 100 years later, we're slaves to them. So John opens the door, opens that Pandora's box, and then I teach you the law. We clean you up. Now, according to the world, you're all on the same level now. What separates this guy from this guy? They have the same knowledge. Now, we just elevated them. We elevated the nation out of nowhere. A nation the Most High hates and doesn't trust. That's not a war's opinion. Isn't that what Obadiah said? I don't trust these guys. They're thieves. They take more than what they're supposed to have. They have a hatred towards you. And we let those guys that internally are always looking for a come up, an avenue to act like they're us. But we want to blame the white man for that. It's our fault.
We couldn't maintain a structure, right? Because it's really simple.
Because we don't stick to our guns. We don't stick to the book. We didn't have to do a mass genocide. We didn't have to be cruel. We could have just moved it from here to there.
Or you don't want to pat down Dylan Roof. You don't want to pat him down at the door. And Dylan Roof is the white boy that came in and shot up the church.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
You want to give him a seat in the church. You don't
Right.
want to pat him down. You want to open the door for everybody.
Yeah.
But what does the Bible say? Go to Leviticus chapter 10, verse 10. You want to open the door for everybody, and then the guys sit down in the congregation, and next thing you know, turn around and start sniping people.
Leviticus 10.
Yeah, Leviticus chapter 10, verse 10.
Leviticus chapter 10 and verse 10. And that ye may put a difference between holy and unholy.
There's supposed to be what we try to do. We want to sing "We Are the World."
Yeah.
That's what we like to do. We are the world. We are the children. To make a better place. So let's start giving.
Let's start giving.
We want to sing "We Are the World." Hold hands with the world. But that's not what the Most High said.
No.
The Most High said there's supposed to be a separation between what?
And that ye may put a difference between holy and unholy.
Not everybody's holy. Not everybody's holy, and not every nation has a fear of the Lord. A lot of nations have their own gods. A lot of nations have their own beliefs. They have their own mythology. They have their own pantheon of gods. And you got to let the nations that have their own beliefs have their own beliefs. But that which is holy must be separated from that which is unholy.
Yep.
You're not supposed to merge all these different belief systems in, and backgrounds and traditions and cultures, because then you bring about confusion. They call America the great melting pot, but it's not unified. As much as every nation that is in America, it's not unified. That's why there's Chinatown, there's Polish town, and there's Jewtown. And
Everybody gets it but us.
Yeah.
Why is black folks got to always be liberal?
Yeah, we're the ones.
Black
that
folks
open the
always
door.
got to be damn liberal. It's the truth.
Yeah.
And that's why the Bible says, is Israel a damn homeborn slave? Everything's got to be about letting everybody be a part of it and partake. Can we have our own ever?
Yeah, we want to hold hands with everybody.
Gotcha.
But he said there's supposed to be a difference between what?
Between holy and unholy.
Go ahead.
And between unclean and clean.
Not everybody's clean. A lot of people eat whatever the hell they can find. We're not supposed to eat what we can find. A lot of people eat roadkill. Whatever's dead on the road.
Yep.
You ain't supposed to eat what dieth of itself or what's dead already. But a lot of people have their own beliefs, their own traditions, their own cultures. You got to let people have their own separate cultures. We're the only people that want to merge everybody in and hold hands and sing together. Kumbaya.
And that's how we show our weakness. We show weakness that way. Everything's got to be all inclusive for black folks. You don't got to hate anybody to sit back here and just keep some healthy separation. Not trying to take it here, but I'm not going to do that. Yes, sis, what's your question?
So my question is, when we try to build like the Black Wall Street, and you hear things like,
So you're going to make me go there now. No, go there. Go for it. No, go for it. You get.
You hear about things like we try to build, like we finally realize, like, no, we need to be separate because we are two different matter of people. And then you try to build these type of things, and then you hear how they were not successful. My question is was it at that point that it was too late? We had already pissed off the Most High to the point where he was not going to allow us to build?
Yes. But we did build it, and we were successful. And the white man literally dropped bombs on Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Right.
They dropped bombs and destroyed it. It wasn't just Tulsa. It was Rosewood. It was Florida. It was many different spots. And I was going to go a direction that way because it was about a philosophy that Booker T. Washington used to teach. Booker T. Washington used to sit back and teach black folks to stop sitting back here and waiting for a handout and waiting for somebody to give you something. Get off your butt, lace your bootstraps up, and build your own. And that sentiment is what kept us so potent for so long. Even though we had the segregation and we had scenarios in which we were more successful than our white neighbors across the other town. But that kept us potent. The worst thing that could have happened to us was Martin Luther King. And if you sit back here and look at his message was communist and socialist. And he was backed by the same people that are backing every other destructive thing on earth. His backer and his speech writer was a guy named, I think, Barry Levinson. Did you know that? What does that sound like to you? What nationality is that? The juice. And that's what they say like on X when they try to like not get banned. They have to say the juice versus the other word because they'll get dinged. The point is this. He was his speech writer and he was his financial backer. Just like the what do you call what was the NAACP? That was an Edomite based organization. All of them were Jewish based to be specific, and the purpose of it was to break down society. When you sit back here, I don't know if you guys are familiar with like the McCarthy hearings. in the 40s and 50s when the Red Scare was a real thing? Because it was a real thing. The purpose was to sit back here and break down the country from within and to bring socialist and communist values in here and to bring everybody together under a socialist, we need something, the government needs to take care of us. Because what do you think King was pushing? We need this, we need reparations, we need money, we need this, this, and this. The government has to help us. That is socialism. That is, the government has to take care of our every single need. That breaks your will, that breaks your work ethic, that breaks your desire to get up and fight and make something of yourself. It cripples a society. Because before Dr. Martin Luther King was running, we had our own everything. We had black plumbers, black electricians, black ball leagues, black everything. And after he came in, a lot of us just lived off the government tip. Crippled by the idea that I don't have to push myself. I'm owed something.
Was that
is a bad, big issue in our community.
Was that late 60s generation, or what generation was that? Because
that, listen,
the 50s wasn't like
or
that.
the 50s wasn't like it, but the movement started infiltrating in the 50s. And the funny thing is, Martin Luther King had major beef with other factions of black churches that was trying to keep black churches and black organizations fighting for independence. Stop walking up here with your hand out. A lot of black people were pushing to maintain the separation, to maintain that strength, and to maintain that independence. That was a real thing. It wasn't just MLK and this movement. He got a lot of backblow from the people in the South. All I'm trying to say is, I am not ever going to discount what we suffered. We suffered. We're part of the curses. It was messed up that they destroyed Black Wall Street and Rosewood and all those significant black hubs. But we should have just kept rebuilding and unifying. We had black banks back then. We had black banks. Where's the black bank now?
There's one.
One. Where is black anything? Now everything's set up where everything that we have intellectually is not ours. At least back then, we had our own intellectual property, our own form of independence. So if you look at it, if we just stayed on our side of the track and maintained our independence, we would have been better off long term than integration and still being up under the powers that be. Now everybody is tied into this socialist system under the gaze or the guise of I'm making it.
Did they elevate Dr. Martin Luther King on purpose? I know he got his life
Yes.
from the Martin Luther from the Protestant Reformation.
That was an aspect of it, but a lot of it, listen, what people don't understand is he was just reading what was given to him.
He had a handler.
He had a handler and he had writers. He wasn't writing that stuff. When he was on the March on Washington, he said that I have a dream speech. That wasn't his. Yes, Levinson. Levinson. I forgot his first name, but his last name was Levinson. And that was his financial Edomite backer. He's the one that set up all the press. He's the one that set up all the scenarios. Because they were already infiltrating the press at that time. Why would they sit back here and let some black guy get airtime? Think about this. Listen, if it was any other black dude, would he even be able to give him the news? Seriously. In the 60s, he was financed and backed by people who wanted him to push that method. So what you're doing is you're creating a slave with black people and you're weakening the United States. Listen, integration weakened everybody. Not just black people. Integration weakened white people. It weakened the nation. I'm not it's not about being pro-America or not. That's not the point. But when you sit back and mix all, we're just reading about John Hyrcanus screwing up because he intermingled Esau in there. I'd be a hypocrite sitting back here saying blacks need to mingle with the white folks. It doesn't make sense. You're weakening your nation one way or the other. Either way, it's the weakening of a country. Think about this. I was listening to some pro-right Edomite talk today. And he was like, does it make sense that we're putting all these resources into attacking and dealing with the Islamic Muslim problem in Iran, previously in Iraq, and previously in Syria? Why are we putting all this money and going into wars to eradicate the Muslim problem when at the same time you're allowing millions of Muslim refugees to just flood Europe? If you're trying to attack the Muslim problem, why don't you get the Muslims out of Europe? Because the Muslim problem is watering down Europe too. It's watering down the jobs. Listen, if you see pictures of like Germany, pictures of Spain, listen, do you realize they're sitting back having riots in Spain? Foreigners, Muslims are sitting back here rioting Spain, protesting, robbing, assaulting women on a massive level because Esau, the Jews, are allowing Africans and all kind of Muslims to go up to Europe and water it down and create chaos there. It's the same concept. They're letting that place fall apart. They're having all kind of protests. There was this Edomite woman, this British woman. She's sitting back here, and in her neighborhood, they're having this, you know, those prayer sirens are like blasting 5 times a day in Britain. They're like, what the hell? This is supposed to be Britain. Why this humdulillah 5 times a day, bro? Blasting in a colonizer's country? Does that even make sense? Britain? What was it like? Fish and chip Britain act? Are you serious act? They're allowing all this Muslim stuff in there act? That doesn't even make sense. Yes. Pardon me, high key, there's a British like breakfast spot. I kind of want to try it. But that's another story.
Bear me on the telly. Let me know.
Listen, I just got to get my mind around eating beans in the morning. It's beans, and I'm going to try it. I'm going to do it, though, just for one time. But what am I trying to say?
Crumpets and tea.
I don't know what a crumpet is, but I'm going to find out. A biscuit. And when I drink the tea, I might stick my little pinky out.
Yeah.
I might do it and feel British. But what am I trying to say? Just the idea of all these countries being saturated and integrated, how is that not politically breaking down your country? It is. And then if you really understand it, you understand it is strategic. When you sit back and allow all these countries to flow in,
It's a distraction.
It's a distraction, but you're also breaking down the fabric of your country. This is a fact. You're tearing down your financial, because you got to pay for them. You still got to pay for them, and all these countries are losing money by the millions, paying out.
That's the point.
That's why I say it is strategic. It's strategic all around the world. And so you're breaking down European countries, and you're breaking down these Muslim countries. Everything's falling apart. It lets you know there's only one group of Edomites that get to gain from the scenario. If you eliminate all the competition in the Middle East, there's one nation that gains from it. If you sit back here and break down and water down Europe and America, there's one nation that builds from it. I'm going to let you put it together from there. That's why when you read Psalms 83, Edom and Amalek are separate. Edom and Amalek are separate. Because Amalek makes sure that they are separate from Edom. Listen, I don't know if you guys know this, but even Jewish rabbis and Zionists, they call Edom Rome. They They understand that. They know Edom's wrong.
There's a book about it too.
But if Edom, literally, I got it in the damn Jewish encyclopedia. They call them wrong. But if they're wrong, what are you? You're just one family of Edom. But you're still Edom. But they don't even classify themselves the same. But they can simply say Edom. They'll say Edom are the Germans. They'll say Edom is the British. I've heard them out of their own face. They know that. They just don't associate themselves with Edom. Because they'll say Edom has to fall.
Yeah.
That's why we're destroying Edom. That's why we're flooding Edom with Muslims. Because Edom has to fall in order for Christ to come. They understand it. They just inject themselves where they're not supposed to inject themselves.
Oh, who did that?
The one who thinks they matter. Anyway, where am I trying to go with this? I went all around the world to explain that when you're sitting back here and you're mixing these nations together, you're watering down the potency of your nation. John, now I guess I'm saying it, John's actions were soft, and he didn't stick spiritually to what he should have did to keep the nation safe. So, read it again, Thawam. Just go to the point where it says,
I'm going to read it line 258.
I guess, somewhere around there.
Antiquity of the Jews, Book 13, Chapter 9, Paragraph 1, line 258, page 352. And they were so desirous of living in the country of their forefathers.
These Edomites were so desirous of living in the country of their forefathers. Listen, they stayed there for 400 years. 450 years. So I guess it is the country of their forefathers. Read on.
And they submitted to the use of circumcision and the rest of the Jewish ways of living, at which time, therefore, this befell them, that they were hereafter no other than Jews.
So what does it say? He says, listen, we're going to sit back and circumcise. We'll follow the laws, whatever you want. Read on. No. He says, at what time, therefore, this befell them, that they were hereafter. No, read that part again. Let me read the last sentence.
Come. And the rest of the Jewish ways of living, at which time, therefore, this befell them, that they were hereafter no other than Jews.
That's scary. This is a priest of a priestly family. Josephus saying this. Josephus is saying, after these Edomites circumcise themselves and start calling themselves or following the law, circumcise, follow the law, Josephus, a Levite, says, now after that, hereafter, they were referred to as Jews. This is when Edomites started calling themselves Jews. Right here. Because, these Edomites didn't say, oh yeah, we're Edomites and we're captives. No, they said, we're all Jews now. We're all Jews. That's why this made this so bad. The white man's calling himself the Jew now. And this is the first historical evidence to prove it. So later on, as we fell apart and everything started going crazy, and we got eliminated in 70 AD, and got most of us, think about this, most of us got sent, the real Jews got sent to Rome. The white man would have gone to synagogues in Babylon, Persia. There's like going to other synagogues calling themselves what? Jews. So now, when you sit back, push back to the 8th century AD, when the Khazars are referring to themselves as they're trying to determine what religion they want to follow, what ends up happening? They end up sending priests from Babylon who've already seen white Jews and have already accepted that a person can just be a convert and be a Jew. They've already seen it since the time of John Hyrcanus. So they teach the Khazars, oh, you can be a Jew too. So all of a sudden they take the law, they get taught the scriptures, do the circumcision, and all of a sudden they're Jews. They take all the culture and make it theirs. But were they originally Jews? No. This is why in Israel, the Jewish people they've banned that app, that 23andMe. You can't use it in Jerusalem. Because when they sit back here and do their blood background, it's all Slavic.
Eastern European.
It has nothing to do with that region. It's all Slavic. Because they're all converts. Converts that call themselves Jews. Now, there's a separation because some of these Jews got sent. When we fell, the Romans took us out. Some of them sent us to Rome. The others got sent to Spain. And they were referred to as Sephardic Jews. So the Sephardic Jews look like me and you and look like those Edomites that got converted. But you can't determine who's who. The only way you can tell who's who that stayed in Spain were some of them got sent to Africa. Guess who they were? The ones that look like you and me.
Even the Safari.
No. Whoa. Okay, let me slow down. I'm going fast. We fell in 70 AD, right?
Yeah.
You had Jews who looked like us. And from 121 BC, which is when John Hyrcanus did this and went to war, 125 BC. John Hyrcanus took out Edomites in 125 BC. And they converted in 125 BC. So from 125 BC to 70 AD, that is approximately 200 years. So 200 years of claiming Jew gang. Now you're a Jew. Romans come here and take us all out. The majority of us were sent to Spain. Sephardic or Sepharia is Spain. So the Jews who falsely claimed being Jew, or the Jews who were Jews, got sent up there. And the Jews occupied Spain from around 70 AD all the way to around 53 AD, when the Spanish came and conquered and kicked us out. Not 1453, Slovakia. 1492. So they conquered us and kicked us out of Spain. 1492. Some of us were sent to Africa. Others were allowed to stay if they changed religions. And that's where a lot of your Sephardic Edomite Jews stayed, changed religions, or at least falsely claimed they were still Catholic and Christian, and still did their Jewish things, made their money, and became shippers and industry people in the region,
Merchants.
that benefited on the slave trade of their quote-unquote Jewish brothers that got sent to the Americas. But that's what happened. They started blending in, and the blending started with John Hyrcanus. Because once he sat back here and had them follow the law, they called themselves Jews. So now you couldn't tell based off they believed the same things. But the color was different. The nationality was different. And they kept that all the way to present day. That's why you have your Khazarian or Ashkenazi Jews that are from that are Slavic, and you have your Sephardic Jews that come from Spain. These are the differences. But they're not saying that the real ones look like me and you, and the converts look like them.
And the Sephardic looked down on the Ashkenazis. And even in the 1600s, the Sephardic Jews wouldn't allow the Ashkenazi Jews to marry their children. Because they know they're not the same people. They just had the same beliefs.
And then the crazy thing is, some of the Edomite Sephardics, they're still Edomites,
Yep.
but they held on to their principles. But you see how things start breaking off?
Mixing.
And all these mixing and this bastardizing of things happens when you don't stick to your principles. When you don't stick to your principles and your values and your spiritual values. And this is what happens when you allow the landmarks to get broken. Now identities get mixed. Cultures get mixed. Understanding gets mixed. This is how you bastardize your history, your culture, and your genes and your blood.
And this is what Revelation chapter 2, verse 9 is talking about.
We'll get there in a second. We'll get there in a second.
I was going to say, is this the reason why their lineage follows the mother? Is because of bastardizing?
Yes. Yes. And they'll use the mother angle to justify their existence. Because Deuteronomy talks about, yeah, I'll go there in a second. We'll get there in a second. So, what we're going to do, huh?
Who used the mother?
The white Jews. We're going to sit back and explain something. Now, let's go to the forward writing at the bottom that talks more about the Idumeans and them being switched over on their beliefs. Read that, thou this account of the Idumeans.
It's in the footnote.
Footnotes.
It's in the footnote at the bottom. It's letter A.
Letter A. Got it. This account of the Idumeans admitting circumcision and the entire Jewish law from this time or from the days of Hyrcanus is confirmed by their entire history afterwards.
So the Idumeans' history changed and shifted from that time on. And from that time on, Idumeans called themselves Hebrews.
Yep.
Called themselves Jews. So don't forget, the scary part is, scripturally and historically, the Jews never weren't allowed, based on the law, to have self-portraits. Did y'all know that? Self-portraits were idols. Painting was idols. So there was no art in Israel. And that ended up biting us in the butt because there's no proof to explain how we looked. You don't start getting pictures of Christian figures until you get to Europe, when they called themselves Christians and were detached from the law. Because Jewish history forbid our people to have any images. Yourself, your family, none of that. Nobody's tripping about it now, but back then, everything was classified as idolatry. So if everything was idolatry, you couldn't put pictures on your wall. The only thing you put on your wall was the law. That was it. This is why even in the temple, it was very bare bones imagery on the walls. It was gold, it was majestic, but at the most you had palm trees, no animals, no nothing. You know, Jake got to have a lion in the house somewhere. Or a panther. I'm joking. Lions or panthers. Something got to be in the house. In the 70s, it was a lion or panther with that velvety kind of print. It was a velvet panther. Listen, you know you was in a black house when you had a velvet panther or velvet panther or those bees in the room where the doors were.
Yeah.
That's how you knew it was Jake. And some incense burner.
Some wicker chairs in the house.
Yep. Yeah, that was that Huey Newton wicker chair.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Or that wicker spoon and fork on the wall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The big spoon.
Why have a big spoon and fork in the house and a knife? My parents had that. My grandparents did. You ain't using it? Anyway, let me stop.
Culinary decor.
What's that?
Culinary decor.
I guess it was in the kitchen, and that's what it was there for.
And let you know you was
It's dinner. That's how to eat. This is where you eat, where the forks and spoons is. Anyway, all I'm saying is, I kind of lost track of my thought. Oh yeah. We didn't have images of how we looked, so you couldn't prove who was who at that point. The only thing you got is historical records where that guy Tacitus said, yes, the Jews looked like Ethiopian people. That's what he said. So we know that the Jews were black, but we're also realizing that these Edomites came in and took our name and heritage and just claimed themselves as being Jews too. And this was the beginning of anybody who followed the laws assimilating themselves in our culture. Because we let them do it. Because our nature is to bring everybody around and be friends with them and be cool with them. If this isn't black people, who is? Huh? If black people see that you're cool, we have mercy on you. White folks wouldn't have did this. White folks would not have let us Edomites, if we were black, would not let them stay with them if they had leverage over us. They would have sat back and established another Trail of Tears. Right or wrong? What do you think Trail of Tears was? We need you out of here so we can sit back here and build how you want to build. That's their nature.
Yeah.
Our nature is to let everybody in and be cool with them.
That was Andrew Jackson. Pushed the Trail of Tears. He called them untutored sons of the forest. He said, y'all got to get out of here.
But they were just a threat. And if we take them out of their comfort zone, then they're weakened. And then it's all Native Americans in the West too. Once they defeated them, get them out of their country so they can't be hiding in the mountains and we can't find them. So it just lets you know our compassion and our mercy ends up biting us in the tail. Once again. So, continue.
This, in the opinion of Josephus, made them proselytes of justice.
A proselyte is a person converted from one religion to another. So Josephus is saying that these Edomites are now Jewish proselytes. And they are accepted as converted. So they're given rights, they're given respect, and they're given love like they're converted citizens. We open the door for enemies that took advantage of our fall. That's what ended up happening. Obadiah said they took advantage of us falling. And we let them come in here and take and maintain the spot that they took from us just because they said they were following the laws. If you want the laws so bad, follow the laws on the other side of the damn sea, in the mountains, not in our property. That doesn't make sense. Read on. Once again, we are the author of our own undoing. Us. We're the ones. We're the culprits. Read on.
Made them proselytes of justice or entire Jews, as here and elsewhere. However, Antigonus, the enemy of Herod, though Herod was derived from such a proselyte of justice for several generations.
That's my point. Herod came from this move. Herod came from this scenario, and he benefited from his family line to get elevated to king of the Jews. Read on.
Will allow him to be no more than half Jew.
So listen. So now what they're saying is other people looked at Herod as half a Jew. But that's tomato tomato. Some people looked at him as half Jews. Flipping Josephus called him a Jew. So now that's his public opinion. One person calls him a half Jew. Another person calls him a Jew. They believe they're Jews. So what does history tell you? They're Jews. And can you determine who's who when they all got shipped to the same place? In Spain? You can't tell who's who. Like Elisha was explaining, because he's been learning about Spain. The Spanish government, Queen Elizabeth, when they took the Jews out, they called the Jews the quemados. The quemados were referred to as the dark ones or the burnt ones. So they said the burnt ones are African. The quemado Jews, they got them the hell out of Africa. But if you're white, you're right. If you're black, stay back. That's been going on for quite a while. So when the Spanish got power, they took all the black Jews out to Africa, and the white Jews were allowed to stay as long as they gave up their religion. You see the hypocrisy there? But you don't know that. One, if you don't speak Spanish and don't know this important integral information right here, when they started integrating. Read on.
But still, take out of Dean Prideaux at the year 129 the words of Ammonius, a grammarian.
Grammarian, I mean a person who studies grammar.
A grammarian which fully confirmed this account of the Idumeans in Josephus. The Jews, says he, are such by nature, and from the beginning, but Phoenicians and Syrians, but being afterwards subdued by the Jews and compelled to be circumcised and to unite into one nation.
You see that craziness? John Hyrcanus united these guys into one nation versus moving them out and holding your place down. So when you sit back here and you give them the law and you teach them, they're united. They're not going to look at themselves any different than you. And when you do that, when you sit back here and eliminate the boundaries, then who's to tell who's who 1,000 years later? You can't count it. You can't tell it. Read on. Especially since there's no art and real proof to prove it. Read on.
And be subject to the same laws. They were called Jews.
There you go. Read on.
Dio also says, as the dean, there they were called Jews. As the dean there quotes him from book 36.37, that country is also called Judea, and the people Jews. And this name is given also to as many others as embrace their religion, though of other nations.
You see how all that opens the door? If you embrace the religion, you're going to be called a Jew too. This is why these Ashkenazis use this wordplay to justify their entrance into the kingdom. They try to graft themselves in because they're saying, hey, I believe in the law. Now, I partake as a Jew. And you say that X amount of generations, now you start believing the lie. The people start believing the lie. But who opened up the opportunity for the lie? Everybody wants to talk about Esau and how he grafted himself into being Jews. We screwed that up. Once again. And if you guys listen to our class enough, we teach accountability more than anything. We screwed ourselves up. We shot ourselves in the foot time after time after time after time again. Bringing these guys in, bringing them close, making them think they're Jews, making them accepted on that level. And then we're mad that they took our heritage. They took our land. And we let them take our land. And now we're mad that they took our heritage. And we're mad at them. Esau is just being Esau. And we're sitting back here. We're the ones at fault because we don't have a clue about what it takes to maintain sovereignty and to maintain your power. Because all we want to do is integrate and make people happy. Let that go. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 7 and 8. Now listen, I'm trying to play devil's advocate and trying to figure out why Israel would play this game, why Israel wouldn't sit back here and think about the ramifications of their actions. Deuteronomy 23, verse 7. If you got the verse, it's in Isaiah. It talks about if there's something new going to happen, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Find that for me. Okay, read this.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 7. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite.
So now, Israel, if you're trying to look at it at John Hyrcanus' perspective, Deuteronomy 23 says to not hate an Edomite. Read on.
For he is thy brother.
Mm-hmm.
Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land.
So he also said, don't hate the Egyptians. Read on.
The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their third generation.
So, what is he saying? The Edomite or the Egyptian, after the third generation, are allowed to go to the congregation and do what? Serve.
Verse 9.
Offer sacrifices. This is what they were allowed to do. Okay? So, the Most High has never not been about allowing the nations to learn the scriptures. The Most High has never been separatist like that. I want to make sure we're clear on this, because we're supposed to, if the nations were willing to submit to the Most High, allow them to be taught the scriptures, contrary to what the Jew might say on the street. I'm going to prove it. Let's go to Isaiah 56. Isaiah 56, verse 6 and 7. Isaiah 56, verse 6 and 7.
Isaiah chapter 56 and verse 6. Also, the son...
Matter of fact. Read verse 1. We're going to read verse 1 to verse 8 or to verse 7. It's important.
Isaiah chapter 56 and verse 1. Thus saith the Lord, keep ye judgment, and do justice, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed.
So the Most High is saying, keep judgment, do justice. His salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Now hold this. Hold this. We're going to go right back to this. I need somebody to go to Isaiah 43 and 9. Isaiah 43 and 9. Read that.
Isaiah chapter 43 and verse 9. Let all the nations be gathered together, and let the people be assembled. Who among them can declare this, and show us former things? Let them...
This isn't the one. It's not this one. It's No, it's not this one. It's close though.
19. Not 9, 19.
Yep, that's the one.
I have a question about this. I know that what you said. Are they referring to all nations as all Israel nations or all nations?
I'm gonna get to that. I promise you. Let's do
Same chapter, verse 19.
yeah, verse 19.
Isaiah
That's
chapter
more like
43 and verse 19. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? It will even make a way in the wilderness and
Man,
rivers in
nah,
the desert.
there's another one that even is more clear than that. What is he saying in this verse? If we can't find it, that's fine, but we will extract from this. It says, behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? There's another verse that explains this in a different way. And he explains it like, hey, if there's something new that's going to happen, he's going to declare it. It's the declare is in that scenario too. It's declare. So the verse explains that something new is going to happen. He's going to declare the information and let us know ahead of. I think it's 42 and 9. That's it.
So I tell you,
It's 40. It's 42 and 9. I knew it was close.
I tell you before they.
It's 42 and 9 is the verse I'm looking for. Read that.
Isaiah chapter 42 and verse 9. Behold, the former things are come to pass, and new things
Yes, sir.
do I declare.
He's saying the former things are past, but Christ and the Most High is going to sit back here and appoint new things to get us prepared for how to look at things down the line. Give me the verse about the eunuch can't make the king and ones with mess of stones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now let's go to back to Isaiah 56 verse 1. We're going to read to verse 7. So just understand, the Most High gives us understanding as certain things get old and new things come about. The Most High will let us know. So read that.
Isaiah chapter 56 and verse 1. Thus saith the Lord, keep ye judgment, and do justice, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed.
Mm-hmm. So keep judgment, do justice, salvation's coming. Read on.
Blessed is the man that doeth this, and the Son of Man that layeth hold on it, that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it, and keepeth his hand from doing any evil.
So he says the Israelite that keeps the laws is going to be loved. Read on.
Neither let the son of the stranger that hath joined himself to the Lord speak, saying, the Lord hath utterly separated me from his people.
Stop. So this verse discounts the idea that other nations can't be taught the scriptures. Because what people don't realize is when we left Egypt many years ago, we left Egypt with a, what's the word? It was the host. It was,
An army? An army?
no, when we left Egypt, there was also a,
The strangers. The strangers?
but it was numeral multitude on top of the Jews that left. They were strangers, but they were referred to as a numeral multitude.
Yeah.
When we left, it was the Jews and it was our servants. So there were non-Israelites that left with us when we went in the wilderness to get purged in the wilderness. So we've always, as an Israelite nation, had to learn the Most High, we had nations following and going along with us
See the mixed
for
multitude.
the ride. It was a mixed
12:38,
multitude.
Exodus.
It was Exodus 12:38 said that there was a mixed multitude. Read it real quick so there's no confusion
Yeah.
to what we're about to say. Exodus what?
12 and 38.
Thank you, sir.
12 and 38.
Let me type this in real quick.
Exodus chapter 12 and verse 38.
Mm-hmm.
And a mixed multitude went up also.
Read verse 36 real quick.
Exodus chapter 12 and verse 36.
We're going to read down to verse 38 to make sure you create context to the point. Read on.
And the Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they lent unto them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Egyptians.
So the Most High gave the Jews that were leaving Egypt favor, and the Egyptians gave them all their jewelry and a lot of valuable things, and we spoiled them. Read on.
And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramesses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot that were men besides
So
children.
600,000 men, just the men on record, left Egypt and were on their way to the wilderness. That's not including women, children, and what?
Children.
Keep going.
It says, and a mixed multitude went up also.
This was a mixed multitude of non-Israelites. A mixed multitude of non-Israelites went with the 600,000 men and the children and everything else. So you had the entire nation of Israel and the mixed multitude of nations that followed the Jews. So we've always had non-Israelites following us as we were going on, and the Most High worked with us. So we had servants too. But this mixed multitude had to learn the law, the statutes, and commandments as well. Read on. And flocks and herds and even very much cattle, right? So let's go back and let's sit back here and read verse 3 in Isaiah 56 and 3.
Isaiah chapter 56 and verse 3.
Keep in mind, we're saying there's new things the Most High is trying to enlighten us with. Read verse 3.
Neither let the son of the stranger that had joined himself to the Lord speak, saying, the Lord hath utterly separated me from his people.
So he says, don't let the nations who have made a decision to serve the Most High say that, you know what, the Lord has separated me from Israel. That's important. He said, this is future prophecy. There's going to be nations, non-Israelites, that are going to want to hear the scriptures. And the nations can't say, or we can't allow the nations to say, that we push the nations away, even though they want to be taught. This is why a lot of the Jews don't understand. If a nation does want to get taught, there's nothing wrong with teaching them. But they have to know they're non-nations. That has to be explained. If you're a non-nation, you're a non-nation. That doesn't mean you can't learn the scriptures. So, why are we going here? If Edom wanted to sit back here and be taught the scriptures, cool. Let them be taught the scriptures. But you got to know, you're not a Jew. You're an Edomite that knows the Bible. And if you're going to sit back here and learn the law, you should learn the law about landmarks. Shouldn't you learn a lot about landmarks if you want to learn the law? The law says you can't take a stranger's landmark. This is our landmark. So, lesson 1. Let's skip all the laws today. Let's skip the 10 Commandments. And let's go into the law of the landmark. The law of the landmark means you got to go back to your home that the Most High gave you. That's the law, right? So the point is, go back to your homeland, but I'm going to still teach you. And you can still have access to sacrificing and access to learning the scriptures. There's no law against that.
That's fair.
Hell, even when you sit back, even when Herod got into power, you had a court that was outside of the actual tabernacle or the actual temple. The court was for the what? The Gentiles. That's what you read in Revelation 11. The court that is without is for the Gentiles. The nations were still allowed to have access to learning and the scriptures. They just can't be included with all the temple work. They're still supposed to get taught if they choose to be joined to us. Yes, sir.
So, by them learning the scriptures, would they still be saved?
It depends on what salvation looks like. What is salvation? What is salvation? Salvation is what? It's a shifting of power. It's a shifting of rulership. It's a shifting of government. That's what salvation is. When Christ comes back, what is he doing? Is it just kill, 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 murder, 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 kill, murder, murder, kill? Or is it he's coming down to establish his government? And what is he going to establish with his government? He's going to reteach the entire world how to do what? How to serve him. So was the intention ever for the world not to learn the laws? Solomon literally in a speech to Israel when the temple was made was the expectation that we taught the world how to serve the Most High. That was the intention back then. But what do? We want to be like the nations and follow idols. We were supposed to love our culture, hold on to our beliefs, and teach the world how to put the Most High first. So what are we going to be doing for the lucky one of us who make the kingdom? We're going to sit back here and live in luxury and pleasure and smiles and partying and listen to the Kendrick got? Bam, bam, bam. Is that what we're going to be doing in the kingdom, right? Or we're going to sit back here and go into foreign countries and teach them the law. And
like
teaching them how to serve the Lord.
Like missionaries.
That's what the 144,000 are going to be doing. Get off your butt and teach. And teach the world and reestablish the world the right way. You're still doing a service. That's what we're called to do. So, the intention was always for the nations to learn. But two things can be true. The nations can follow the Most High, but Israel can be in power. But the funny thing is, the conditions of Israel being in power will be for the Most High to do what? Take our evil heart away from us. So, the black man ain't getting the kingdom again until he takes our negative, filthy outlook away. So if we sit back here and fight our tails off to change the things inside of us for a long enough period of time, maybe the Most High will sit back here and show us favor and take the evil heart from us so we'd have access to doing a greater, more pure work, which is to teach and rebuild the entire world in Christ's image. That's what we're commissioned to do. That's what we're called to do. So, read verse 3 again.
Verse 3. Neither let the son of the stranger that has joined himself to the Lord speak, saying, the Lord hath utterly separated me from his people.
So this is what the Most High's intention is for us to deal down the line. The nations who want to get taught should be taught. And we shouldn't deny access to anybody that wants to learn the Most High. Does that mean that non-Israelites that want to learn the Most High get to teach? No. Get to lead? No. You can get taught. But you have to understand your place and your position.
Which is fair.
Which is fair. Read on.
Neither let the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree.
Now you got that verse in Deuteronomy?
Yeah, Deuteronomy.
So the scripture says now, by the time we're in Isaiah, he's like, listen, the eunuch can't say, it can't be said that the eunuch is like, I'm abandoned and I'm kicked out of the congregation. Because in Deuteronomy, there was a verse about the eunuch. Read that.
Deuteronomy 23:1.
Okay. Deuteronomy 23:1.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 1. Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 1. He that is wounded in the stones, or has his private member cut off.
What does that mean? You are become a eunuch now. Read on.
Shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
So now the Most High is saying, back in Deuteronomy, if you were a eunuch, you couldn't be around the body of Christ. But if you think about it, everything changed once we start going to captivity. Once we start going into captivity, what ended up happening?
We was getting castrated.
There was a lot of forced castrations. What people don't realize is there's a very high probability Daniel was made a eunuch. There were prophecies literally that was given to Hezekiah that princes of his lineage were going to be made eunuchs. So that was a part of being captured. Was that you were going to be taken, and as youths, your manhood was going to be cut off, so you could be of service to the temple. Because the thought is, once you lose that testosterone, and all that man energy is removed from you, then you can focus on serving the king. So they took the best and brightest young men who were intelligent enough, they would castrate them all, and the sharpest ones would advise the king. That was where Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came from. Daniel, all those men who were cleaving to the Most High. But from Deuteronomy 23:1, Daniel couldn't make the kingdom. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego couldn't make the kingdom. But now that things changed, and we're vassals now the Most High is saying the eunuch can't be looked upon like he has no home, no spiritual home. Now the eunuch has a spiritual home because conditions of life have made it so.
And if you were a slave during the Catholic reign in the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, or you were colonized by Catholics, Catholic women weren't allowed to sing in the choir, so that they only allow young boys to sing in the choir, and to not lose that youthful, young, high falsetto voice, they would castrate you around 8, 9 years old, and they were called castrados, and so the castrados were the young boys that were castrated, so they never lost that high pitch, that Chris Brown, that falsetto, the dream sings in.
Yeah, Philip Bailey. Yeah.
They don't lose that falsetto pitch. Well, that's necessary amongst the Catholic Church, which we know originated in idolatry and paganism.
When also the sub-Saharan slave trade, if you were an Israelite and got picked up by and got sent to Arabia or India or Iraq, they were castrating most of the men back in those days.
Yeah.
They would castrate the men if you were going eastward. Westward to the Americas, maybe not. Eastward, you were getting snipped.
South Africa?
Yeah, all those countries, finito. What am I trying to say? Because times changed, history changed, the Most High made amendments to what was being spoken of in Deuteronomy. Now in Isaiah, the Most High is saying the eunuch is going to be loved now. Also, the son of the stranger still has access to the scriptures. The nation, that's the nations. Read on in Isaiah.
Isaiah chapter 56 and verse 4. For thus saith the Lord unto the eunuchs that keep my Sabbaths, and choose the things that please me, and take hold of my covenant. Even unto them will I give in mine house, and within my walls a place, and a name better than of sons and of daughters. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off.
So what he's saying is, for the people who had to endure that type of trouble, and they follow the law, and they still have a loving heart towards the Most High, I'll give them a greater place in the kingdom because of what they went through. Read again.
Verse 5. Even unto them will I give in my house, and within my walls a place and a name better than of the sons and of the daughters. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. Also the sons of the stranger that join themselves to the Lord, to serve him, and to love the name of the Lord,
God.
to be his servants, every one that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it, and taketh hold of my covenant.
So he's saying, on top of the eunuchs that want to serve the Most High, the sons of the stranger that choose to serve the Most High and to love the Most High and to be his servants, everyone that keeps the Sabbath from polluting it and taking hold of my covenant, read on.
Even them will I bring to my holy mountain.
What does the holy mountain mean? Access to salvation. But once again, what is salvation? And where is their place in salvation? Because once again, salvation doesn't mean Esau is going to be in power, or the nations or the strangers that serve the Most High are going to have power, rulership, and authority. When the mixed multitude got to the land of milk and honey, did they have their own land? Did they have the property rights?
Nope.
But they had access to a peaceful kingdom.
And they weren't allowed in the priesthood either.
Yep.
They weren't priests, but they had access to the benefits that being in a stable, blessed kingdom will give. All the nations that make it out of this hell and are rehabilitated, rebuilt, and retaught. Didn't the scripture say in Isaiah, he says that we're going to beat our swords into plowshares?
Yep.
What does that mean? You have the ability to work with your hands and gain whatever benefit you can with the work of your hands and with your dedication, as long as you serve the Most High and you give the Most High his portion. That's salvation. Because when you sit back and go to these third world countries, are they in salvation or are they living hell right now? They're living in hell in Africa. They're living in hell in these Far East countries. Thailand and the Philippines. They're living in hell. The rest of the world, when Christ comes back and rehabilitates it, it is salvation. Because you'll have your sovereignty, your own land, your own property. Your ability to sit back here and work hard on your property, on your land, and be self-sustained.
I read Luke 1 and
Yeah.
Luke chapter 1, verse 68 through 71. Yeah. You already there, huh?
Okay.
Yep. Read
Luke
that.
chapter 1 and verse 68. Blessed be the Lord Yahweh of Israel, for he hath visited and redeemed his people.
First of all, he's the Lord God of Israel, and he's never claimed to be the Lord God of any other nation. He's always claimed in the Bible to be the Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, or the Lord God of Israel. Read on. He said he had blessed and visited and redeemed his people. Read on.
And hath raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David.
And a horn in the Bible represents power. And that power of salvation is Christ, Yahweh Shai. Read on.
As he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began.
Go ahead.
That we,
That who? The Israelites. Read on.
should be saved from our enemies.
What is salvation? Salvation is being saved from who?
Your enemies.
From our enemies.
Salvation is being saved from your enemies. You know what that means? You're no longer subject to the eugenics programs that and Planned Parenthood that your enemies put in your community. You don't have to worry about having your pregnant children going down and getting abortions or getting sterilized or mass sterilization, or without even knowing that you've been sterilized, coming out being sterilized, so to ruin your numbers. Because we're subject to our enemies, whether it's mass vaccinations, like they used to do in the 50s and 60s when anybody in the ghettos or projects used to have, they would herd them down to a community park and they would vaccinate them all at one time. That's why if you look at all your older uncles and aunts, they always got that mark with the circle on their arm. Look at all the generation that came out the 60s and 70s. They all got that same round scar that's left on the edge of their arms, because that was mandatory planned vaccinations in the 50s and 60s. You don't even know what you're taking, but you had to go down there. You had no option, but you had to go down there. Whether it was a park, whether it was a community center, whether it was an arena, you had to go down there and get mandatory vaccines in the 50s and 60s and 70s. Otherwise, it wouldn't let you in school. It wouldn't let you in school now if you don't have these things. But he says that, and you don't know what's in them, but he said Read that again in 71.
That we should be saved from our enemies
And what else?
and from the hand of all that hate us.
Because not every nation in this world loves us. Some nations just use us as a tool. Hurry up and buy. Hurry up, buy my products and get out of my store. Not everybody loves us. But salvation is when you don't have to worry about being just used as a commodity and as a dollar to other nations and cultures to raise up other communities. Our resources go to raising up other people's communities that don't even love us.
Yep.
But what is salvation? Salvation is being removed from that element. We just gotten comfortable in that element.
But like the Shamshawan is explaining our salvation, but salvation for the nations is the same way. We understand that Christ is coming to save Israel, and that we're going to be the leaders of this new world. We just read it in 2nd Ezra. Esau's the end, Jacob's the beginning. We also explain Esau's nature is to take all the grapes and leave no grapes for anybody. So if Esau's not leaving grapes for anybody, that means Africans are suffering. They're trying to destroy China. They've destroyed India. That's one of the dirtiest, filthiest places in the world. They've destroyed all the countries around the world. So not just Israelites are suffering from Esau being in power, right? Can we all agree with that? So if the entire world, didn't the scripture say all creatures are waiting for the manifestation of the sons of the Most High? No. Everybody's waiting for Israel to wake up so the world can be brought back into stability.
Because when the righteous bear rule, the people rejoice.
And that's all people.
When the wicked bear rule, the people mourn.
All people mourn. So salvation, once Israel is put back into power, the entire world will praise and be happy. The animals will be happy. Society, the fish will be happy. Everything will be brought back to normal once Israel comes back into
the whole
power.
course of the world is out of order.
So with that being the case, when Israel comes back into power, it's also the world's salvation too. So the world can actually gain the benefits of Israel coming back into power. So it's just not this. Don't forget, the scripture says the nation and kingdom that doesn't follow the Most High will be what?
Drought.
There will be a drought and there will be punishments. I think that's Zephaniah. The point is, the scripture says the nations that don't obey the Most High will suffer. The nations that obey the Most High will be blessed. And that's the reality. So what's the point? The Most High is not trying to sit back here. The Most High, how about the Most High loves all of his creation? Yeah. The Most High loves his entire creation, not just the Jews. Now, the Jews are his favorite, and that we can go in a Bible verse to prove that, but he loves all his creation.
And Zechariah 14 and 17, and it says mercy upon all flesh.
Yep.
This is talking about the Lord has mercy upon all flesh, means he has mercy upon all flesh.
Even the nations.
So, but we're dealing with Zechariah 14 and 17, just showing his policy. This is the Lord's policy for those that don't want to concede to his will.
No, go to verse 16 and 17.
14 and 16.
And 18. So, Zechariah 14, verse 16 down until we figure it out.
Zechariah chapter 14 and verse 16.
Yeah.
And it shall come to pass that every one that is left of all the nations.
That's the whole world. Everyone that's left of all the nations, read on.
Which came against Jerusalem shall even go up.
So all the nations that came up against the Jews shall go up, read on.
From year to year to worship the king.
So the rest of the world still has to follow Christ. They still have to learn the law and annually show them, all the males have to show themselves to the Most High. Read on.
The Lord of hosts, and to keep the feasts of tabernacles.
So the rest of the world is going to have to follow the Passover and the Feast of Tabernacles and all the laws. Read on.
And it shall be that whoso will not come up of all the families of the earth unto Jerusalem.
So the nations that don't go to Jerusalem to serve, read on.
To worship the King, the Lord of hosts, even upon them shall be no rain.
So he's saying if you serve the Most High with gladness and joyfulness heart the entire world, you'll be okay and you'll have salvation. The ones that don't go to the Most High and serve the Most High with gladness and joyfulness heart, they'll have famines. Yes, sir. And because no rain means famine. Yes, sir.
I missed the chapter and the verse for Zechariah.
Zechariah 14, verse 16 through 18. Okay, so once again, he's still, what is he saying? The nations still have to serve the Most High. And he's saying the ones that are willing to serve the Most High will have access to salvation. But what is salvation? They don't have to live under these conditions and get smashed by the white man. So the point is, Israel always wants to make things about black, 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 black. He loves the whole world. He loves all his creations. He just understands we have to lead. But we're not going to lead unless we earn that position. And when he takes that evil out of our hearts, then the scripture says, listen, the only person, because when you read Jeremiah 33, the only nation that where it says, you won't have to teach your brother to know the Lord is us. When he sits back here and takes that evil heart from us, that's only happening to the Jew. So he's going to put the law into our what?
Hearts.
Our hearts and our minds. Only the Israelite who commits now has access to having the law in their hearts. The rest of the nations, as you can see, will not have the law in their hearts. The rest of the nations now have to be subject
To being taught.
to being taught. That lets you know who gets the power and who doesn't get the power. The head is the one who the law is already in their hearts. They're the head nation. Everybody else has to choose to follow the law every single day.
It's always been that way. Can I pull one quick precept?
Mm-hmm.
Just to help the point. Ecclesiasticus 18 and 13. In every society, the head nation rules and the other nations have to conform. That's what leadership is in the world stage. That's leadership is in the house. Whoever the head of the household is, everybody in that household has to conform to that mindset of the head of the house.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the nature of leadership and government. All right? But we're talking, this precept is just to show that the Most High has consideration.
Ecclesiastes chapter 18 and verse 13.
Uh-huh.
The mercy of man is toward his neighbor.
So the mercy of man is towards his neighbor. Men are supposed to have mercy and consideration to the one that live next to their neighbor. Read.
But the mercy of the Lord is upon all flesh.
But the mercy of the Lord is upon all what?
Flesh.
So the Most High is going to, if a person is subservient and willing to submit to the good of the Lord, then they will get the word of the Lord and they will play a role and position in the system of Christ. But that does not mean there will be Levites and priests and high priests. You know what I'm saying? That's for his children. That's for his nation.
For
that
the chosen.
position. Just like in royal families. Any royal family doesn't bring outsiders in. I mean, this is they don't bring outsiders in. They try to maintain the bloodline, keep the bloodline pure. Right? So the Most High does the same exact thing. The Most High keeps the leadership bloodlines what? Pure. When Israel collapsed, why and how did we collapse? We opened up the leadership bloodlines and we started mingling ourselves with the nations. And then we fell out of power.
Yep.
So we won't repeat that mistake in the future. In the future, we're going to maintain our position,
I got that
maintain
too.
our
Isaiah
bloodline,
60.
maintain our codes and
I was gonna get this
principles,
point on with
and the
Darius.
whole world. There will be a new world order, but in the end, the new order is going to be Christ's world order.
Yep.
That's what it's going to be. There's always going to be an order.
And we're taking our time because this is a topic that a lot of Israelites don't teach.
Uh-huh.
They just want to gloss over and just say, white man gonna suffer, the nation gonna suffer, Jew gonna win in the end. But it's more to it than that. How do you sit back and nation build?
Yeah.
Christ is still building an entirely new world under his ways, under his laws and his commandments. What are you gonna say real quick?
Give me Ecclesiastes chapter 33. And just because we have the notion that everybody's the same. Ecclesiastes 33, start at verse 8.
Ecclesiastes chapter 33 and verse
12.
8.
13. Read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 33 and verse 8. By the knowledge of the Lord,
It said, by the knowledge of what?
of the Lord,
Read on.
they were distinguished.
It said distinguished. The word distinguished means different, to be made different.
Wow.
It means to be separated by different qualities. So the Most High created everything on earth to be distinguished. He'll explain, had to have its own power or quality or differences. Read on.
And he altered seasons and feasts.
It says the Most High separated seasons and feasts. Not all seasons are the same.
True.
Summer's not the same as winter. Winter's not the same as fall or spring. The Most High divided everything. Read on.
Some of them hath he made high days.
He says some days are better than others. What do you call days that are better than others? Those are called high holy days. High holy days are what America calls holidays. Holidays are days that are signified where you get more liberty. You don't have to go to work that day. You get to be off. You get to celebrate, whatever. But the Most High has days also that he signified and he separated and distinguished as high holy days. These are days that are signified that you're supposed to commemorate for every generation. Read on.
And hallowed them.
And he said he hallowed them, meaning he made them sacred. Read on.
And some of them hath he made ordinary days.
And not every day is a holiday. Some days are ordinary days. But get down to the point. Jump down to verse 11.
Verse 11.
No, keep reading them.
Verse 10. And all men are from the ground.
He said now, we're not just talking about days are different. We're not just talking about seasons are different. We're talking about what else is different.
And all men are from the ground.
We're also talking about mankind. Not all mankind is the same. Even though man comes from the ground, read on.
And Adam was created of earth.
And Adam came from the ground, which we come from them all. Read on.
In much knowledge, the Lord hath divided them.
He said, but man was what?
Divided them.
Is all man created equal?
No.
No. All man is not created equal. But it's the Lord's knowledge through his distinction, his distinguishment, that separated every man. Every man is not consecrated or hallowed like every day is not hallowed or consecrated.
That's true.
Some days, some man is hallowed, some days are hallowed.
Yeah.
Meaning special to God. Read on.
And made their ways diverse.
It says, and all man's ways are made what?
Diverse.
Man has a variety of languages,
Yeah.
a variety of religions, a variety of cultures, a variety of beliefs, dress code, food, everything, lifestyles, everything. Read on.
Some of them hath he blessed.
He said some men he did what?
He blessed.
So is everybody blessed? No, he said some of them have he blessed. Read on.
And exalted.
And exalted. What does it mean to be exalted?
Raised higher.
That means not every man is not equal.
Yeah.
That goes totally against MLK.
Again.
That goes completely contrary to what MLK was teaching. That we all the same, black, brown, and white, yellow, brown, and white. We all precious in His sight. That's completely false, according to the Bible. So not every man on the earth is the same. Some men have greater value to God. He's going to explain. Read on.
And some of them hath he sanctified.
It says, and some men on the earth are what?
Sanctified.
Sanctified means cleansed, purified to worship Him. Read on.
And set near himself.
Is every man on earth close to God?
No.
No. Is everybody on earth hold the same position to God? No. Is everybody get the ability to sit next to God? No. He said some he put near to who?
Himself.
So is all men created equal? No. Read on.
But some of them hath he cursed.
Is some of them he did what?
Cursed.
They don't like them. So, but who's doing this though? That's why it's not about. We're not just preaching no black. This ain't about no black and brown, but Hispanics and Native Americans. That's all.
Which is so controversial.
We're just so special, and this is not from us. The Most High is doing this. We just recognize who's special in His eyes. We're just preaching who's special. We're just bringing out what's written about those special people and the position that they hold next to God.
And for those special people, we make a whole lot of mistakes for being special.
Oh, we do.
We make a whole lot of dumb decisions for being the most specialist of the special people on earth.
And that's why he said, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. We don't even know who we are. Read on.
It says, and he cursed and brought low and turned out of their places.
And he kicked some people out of their habitation. Some people got kicked out of their land because he don't like them.
The Gerasites, the Perizzites,
The Hivites,
Hivites,
the Amorites, the Girgashites.
Amorites, yeah.
Huh.
Those 7 nations in Deuteronomy 7 chapter. Read on.
As the clay is in the potter's hand to fashion it at his pleasure.
Who's the one that's distinguishing who's close to him and who's not close to him?
Him.
It's him. It's the Most High. This is not our doing. This is the Lord's doing. He's the one controlling who he loves and who he doesn't love. So let that go. Finish that verse in 13.
It says, so man is in the hand of him that made him.
Go ahead.
To render to them as liketh him best.
So if he chooses to give some men the kingdom and allow some men to be servants, whose doing is that?
The Lord's doing.
That's his doing. That's not man's choice. That's the Lord's selection. Let that go and go back to Isaiah.
I want to pull this real quick on that point, and then we'll go back to Isaiah, I promise you. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11, verse 23 to 26.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11 and verse 23.
We're all bringing this in because the Most High talked about the strangers will get salvation, right?
Come.
Sham Shawan, we've all kind of explained that even in the process, Israel is going to be the preeminent nation on power on earth.
Come.
And with that, the nations are going to sit back here and be serving, but they're going to have partake in salvation because of what? Now we're going to go into Isaiah 60 and explain how. We're going to explain in Isaiah 60 what salvation for Esau, or not Esau, but the nations looks like. We're going to explain what salvation does look like. But before we go into that, we must understand this. Read that.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11 and verse 23. But thou hast mercy upon all.
And real quick, no, we didn't say one time in the class for the last 3.5 hours that Esau and the nations will get saved the same way we get saved. We didn't say that at all. Stay tuned and we'll explain it. Read that again, sir.
Verse 23. But thou hast mercy upon all.
Somebody must not be listening.
They're not, because we didn't say that at all. Read on.
For thou canst do
Read it again. Read verse 23 again.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11 and verse 23. But thou hast mercy upon all.
So, the Most High says he has mercy on all people.
Yeah.
So the Jew going to sit back here and walk on earth strutting and walking, and everybody's going to be dying and hurting and starving and suffering? Is that how it's supposed to be? Does that even make sense?
No, but they're going to be suffering, being destroyed, being murdered, being maimed, being burnt, because we gave our kingdom to them.
Yeah.
They have to die because we gave our kingdom to them.
No, that doesn't even make sense. The truth is this. The Most High loves all people. He has mercy on all people. Like we've said 1,000 times, Israel is going to be the one that runs the earth. But what makes us different than the white man? What makes the white man so bad? Is it just, we have such an American way of teaching. All we can sit back and talk about is the nigger street corner on the west side or the east side. Can we acknowledge that the white man destroys the entire earth and is wicked to all human beings?
I think the Chinese
Can we acknowledge that? Can we acknowledge the white man destroys the entire earth and the entire earth suffers because of the white man? So what will make the righteous Jew better than the wicked white man? Maybe the righteous Jew will give mercy to the rest of the world. Maybe the righteous Jew will give the rest of the world an opportunity to thrive, have what they can have, as long as they serve the Most High and give their offerings to who? The temple. That's a righteous and fair kingdom. But we're going to read on. The Most High has mercy to all. Read on.
But thou canst do all things, and winkest at the sins of men, because they should amend.
Read on.
For thou lovest all the things that are.
The Most High loves all creation. Read on.
And abhorrest nothing which thou hast made.
Why would the Most High hate what he made? I hate it. He just created Esau to play a role.
The wicked, the destroyer.
He created Esau to play the part of the wicked. Why would he hate what he made? He made him because he needed somebody had to play that part.
The villain.
Somebody had to play the part. So did he hate it? He created the character. Does that even make sense? He created the wicked to do wicked. He created the righteous to do righteously. And he created everybody else to be the supporting staff.
Background character.
So when Esau was in power, the Jews and the supporting staff had to suffer. When we're in power, the supporting staff should be given what? Maybe they should be given some mercy. Listen, if the scripture says that the nation had to follow the law, is that a bad thing? It's elevating their life.
Stop eating
pork and snails and crustaceans. And start learning to love the Most High. Stop being weirdos.
Yeah.
Stop these Arabs in the Middle East from taking young boys.
Stop sleeping in the bed with your parents when you're 20 years old.
Well, this is what they do. So the Most High is trying to clean up the entire world so he can sit back and bless them. Read on.
For never wouldest thou have made anything if thou hatest.
That's the point. So the rest of the world who has to sit back and learn the Most High, he just has to wait till Esau gets pushed away, and then he can re-implement how to serve the Most High. Read on.
And how could anything have endured if it had not been thy will?
How can anything have endured Esau? How can Esau keep doing what he's doing unless it was his will? Because that was part of your question. Why does he keep winning? Why does he have control over the whole earth? Because the Most High wanted it to happen. Why does America at the end have to burn? America at the end has to burn so the whole world can remember how bad it was. This place is going to always burn in perpetuity so the whole world will say, man, let's not go back to this.
Don't be that.
We better serve the Most High and follow these laws because I don't want that anymore. Because that's what happens when you don't follow the Most High. But you need the evil and the worst possible scenarios to keep you on track. Think about you in your life. A lot of us don't change until you remember being on rock bottom.
Thanks.
When you sit back here and fall on your face, you don't want to go back to that. That's what makes you want to live right. Right or wrong. So he's like, listen, Esau has to be the wicked, has to play the part of the wicked, so nobody wants to go back to that. And that will keep them from following the old way and be more brought into following the laws. But the point is, he loved all his creation, and it all has a purpose. That's not Christian. That's not against the scriptures. That's us getting out of the hood with our doctrine. Read on.
Or been preserved if not called by thee.
Come on. What verse are we at?
That was just 25.
Read on.
Verse 26. But thou sparest all.
He spares all. So when Esau falls and the leadership that put this thing together falls, isn't he going to spare the nations that want to follow the laws? And isn't that salvation? The salvation is you don't have to sit back here and suffer like you did under the white man. You get to follow a Lord or leaders that actually have a conscience. That actually won't just pillage you and rape and rob and destroy you and take all your natural resources from you. Is not that mercy? Is not that love? Is not that salvation? Now we go to Isaiah chapter 60.
And you know this? Even the white man, it wasn't just black people that voted for Barack Obama. Even the white man is tired of the white man.
Good.
Yeah.
Even a lot of the votes that Obama got was from white people, tired of white people. Because coming from Bush, who was pretty much an idiot, people were like, man, you know what? This guy might be better. Let's give these black folks a chance to rule. There might be a chance that black people will be able to steer this country in a different direction.
Yeah.
It's white people now telling us when you on the internet, saying, black man, please rise up. You guys need to step up. These are white people telling us
You're
this.
not lying, Mr. Joshua. I've seen the testimonies They're talking about, listen, we know you're Israelites. If you look on the videos long enough, you'll see them. They say, we know you're Israelites, and we're suffering out here. I've seen nations, not Edomites, well, nations. Listen, it's bad out here. We gotta come back.
Yep.
But they're getting bombed, and they're getting destroyed, and their families are getting killed. And they're like, we need the real Israelites to come back.
Can I say this?
Please.
You think people in Gaza, if Christ comes back and teaching the law, you don't think that's salvation for them? Now you got people online saying ridiculous things. Salvation is, I don't have to sit back here and get killed by the imposter Jews now. Now I actually have a chance to just change my religion and I can survive. You think Iranians don't think salvation will come if all they have to do is change their law and give up Allah and I don't got to get nuked? Don't you think that's a pretty good damn deal?
And they're one of the biggest Christian nations right now.
Just think about this. If all I got to do is come off of Allah and I can have peace in Iran, wouldn't I take that deal? And isn't that salvation? That's a hell of a deal. That's a hell of a deal.
We're not going to train dogs to sexually molest people, because that's what they go. That's what's going on in Gaza right now. They got trained dogs sexually molesting prisoners, grown men.
And I gotta say, whoever's online saying that, if you just listen to the Bible and listen to class and not gainsay, and maybe press rewind 5 minutes, you would hear that he hates Esau's conduct, but he loves the fact that he created him. He still created him to play that role. Can two things be true? Yes, the Bible says, I hated Esau. Every idiot knows that. But can he hate Esau, but also know he loved the creation? He loved the fact that he chose him for that purpose. Can he love his creation and everybody has to play roles? Can two things be true? He did hate Esau. That's what Romans said. That's the most surface way of putting things together you can do. Of course he hated Esau. But can he hate Esau because of what he did, but also know he created him? That doesn't make sense. So he didn't love Saul? Did he love Saul?
Yeah, he loved Saul.
He loved Saul too, but he hated what Saul did, didn't he? Yeah. Didn't he punish him accordingly? Can two things be correct?
He loves us.
But when we sin, we get stung.
He hates what we do.
And then we talked about it with the brother. What do you think free will is? Is there free will? Listen, what about Romans 9? When the Most High says, listen, Esau was chosen to play the role of the wicked. Can he complain that he was chosen to be that way?
Who without replies against God?
That's because he was chosen to play the role. And he played it perfectly. So you can't complain either way.
And also,
that means he loved the fact that he made them that way.
In Romans 9, he said he made vessels fitted under wrath and vessels that were fitted under mercy.
But he loved the fact that he made that because it was his creation. And the people are so surface in how they process things. Let's sit back here and get past year 1 in the Bible, so we can sit back and deal with some meatier matters. So, let's go. Let's continue. Are you done with Wisdom of Solomon? Do you have something?
I finished verse 26.
Yeah.
No, you was in Wisdom of Solomon.
Yeah, read verse 26 again.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 11 and verse 26. But thou sparest all, for they are thine, O Lord, thou lover of souls.
He loves souls. He is a lover of spirits that he made. Even the ones that play the role of the wicked or the righteous. He loves souls. But can we sit back here and actually have some layered thinking versus surface thinking and preschool thinking when it comes to the Bible? Can we do that? Let's go to Isaiah now. Read verse 16, Isaiah 60, verse 16 to 18.
Isaiah chapter 60. Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 16.
I want to start at 12. You want to start at 12.
Go to 10. We're going to start at 10.
Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 10.
Because if you start at 10, then the simple Jew can realize, oh yeah, we do talk about the nations being in slavery. Because if the Jew don't hear the nations are going to slavery, they can't handle it. They can't handle the Lord has mercy. Oh, no. What about the slaves? You got to throw slavery for the Jew to sit back here and be okay.
Have a smile.
If you sit back here and explain that there's a little bit of mercy there, black man can't handle it. You know why? Because they don't have no damn mercy. How about they don't have mercy? That's why they can't comprehend mercy. Can you sit back here and have mercy about the people who did you wrong? Probably not. Probably not. Read that, verse 10.
Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 10. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls.
Nobody is saying that the nation's got some free lunch here. The nation is going to sit back here and help rebuild the temple and rebuild Israel and rebuild our kingdom. Just like the nations did, or like we did to the nations. So the nations do have to work. But if you read the Bible, the Most High never told us nobody has to work. Hell, the Most High told us as Jews, we have to accept our captivity and go to what? Go to work. He told us that when we was with the Babylonians. He said, rejoice. Only y'all generation gonna die in Babylon. He said to do your vineyards and work and bust your tail.
He's fair across the board.
But he says when you die, your kids have a shot to come back. Yeah. So when we were in captivity, we were supposed to work and not complain. So now when it's the nations, we're in power, the nations will have to sit back here, go to work, not complain, and sit back here and play their role in the temple. But them sitting back here, the nations, building up our walls, is still mercy. Read on.
And their king shall minister unto thee.
And specifically, the leaders of the nations are going to get broken the hardest. The leaders have to serve us even more. Read on.
For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee.
So the Most High is having mercy on us, and is going to give us an opportunity to sit back and get rebuilt. But he has mercy on the entire world. Because even if the nations have to serve us, are they going to work on the Sabbath? No, they ain't. Are the nations going to have to serve us based on the laws the scriptures have them under? Yes, there is mercy even there.
Yep.
Read on. Can we just sit back here, run in their camp, and take their women? Oh, some Jews want that. That's what some Jews want. They want to go to villages and take women. Because it was done to our people. Yeah, right. You just want to do it.
Right, you know.
It's some cat. Oh yeah, it's about our queens, and the queens got taken advantage of, so I get to do it too. What kind of animal stuff is that? Sociopath stuff is that? Those are sociopathic tendencies. You like people crying and taking advantage of people? That's what you like?
Being ruined?
Get out of here, huh? Christ ain't in you. If that's what you think it's gonna be.
You know, we learned already from Uriah. Look, Uriah was not an Israelite. And Bathsheba was taken from a non-Israelite. And what was the punishment? No different than if she wasn't, Uriah wasn't Israelite.
Right is right and wrong is wrong. Yes, Israelites told me back in it was Edomites, so it didn't matter. What? Her man was Edomite, so it didn't matter?
The Most High.
That's what the Bible says.
The Most High didn't agree to that.
Hell no. Anyway, let's keep going.
Verse 11. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually.
So the gates of the temple was going to be constantly open day and night for offering's sake. Read on.
They shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought.
So the kings, the leadership, and the elites. He keeps saying the kings. Because who's the one really in charge of destroying nations? The kings. When you look at geopolitics, the kings are the ones who are bought out and are selling out their people. They're the ones that's going to get brought to the temple to get judged. And all the resources are going to go to the temple for Christ to sit back and divvy up to determine who gets what. All the resources of the world are going to come to Jerusalem. And how the Most High wants to see fit to distribute, he will distribute. Read on.
For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish.
So once again, is it about just killing nations and kingdoms? Or is it only killing nations and kingdoms that don't want to serve the Most High and follow the law? that's what he's saying. He's been very consistent with that. If you follow the laws and you want to follow the scriptures, will you not obtain mercy? And can mercy and God's kingdom, can that not be understood as salvation? Hell yeah, it is. But when people want to trap you in words, that's what they do. When the conversation ain't pure and the intention ain't pure, and you want to divide, and you want to be demonic and evil, you look for words to play word games.
Semantics.
And you want to tap into semantics. Versus just sitting back here and maybe listening to the entire point. Read on.
Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted.
Yeah, the nations that don't want to serve the Most High will be wasted. Jump to verse 14.
Verse 14.
Because Lebanon is just talking about the resources that come from that region trees-wise. That's Lebanon, the little country Lebanon. Read on.
Come, verse 14. The sons also of them that afflicted thee shall come bending unto thee.
So the nations and the people that had their hands in literally destroying you, they're going to be in servitude to you. Of course.
It's only fair.
It's only fair. Read on.
And all they that despise thee shall bow themselves down at the soles of thy feet. And they shall call thee the city of the Lord, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel.
So all these nations that did us wrong are going to have to acknowledge the Most High is with who? Us. And also acknowledge to follow the laws, statutes, and commandments and adhere to the will of the Heavenly Father. But while they're doing this, what position are we at? He's put the law into our hearts. So am I going to sit back here and having them lick boots and kicking them in the face and beating them up? No, because Most High's actually put Christ in our hearts. That means I'm not here, we're going to be kicking and killing and killing. They're going to come humble to us, and we're going to have the Spirit of Christ in us. What does Christ teach? Mercy and forgiveness. So we're going to listen. The nations the nations that are wicked are going to get punished. The people that don't adhere are going to get punished. So let's keep going.
Whereas thou hast been forsaken and hated, so that no man went through thee, I will make thee an eternal excellency, a joy of many generations.
The nations are going to love us. When it says we're going to be a joy of many generations, to who? Who are we going to be a joy to? Ourselves? Or the whole world's going to love us? The world will love us and respect us because of how we carry ourselves and how we treat them. Read on.
Thou shalt also suck the milk of the Gentiles.
What does that mean? The nations are going to have to be subservient to us.
And their resources.
And their resources. But we're not going to be so cruel as to take away all the grapes from their resources. We're not going to be like Esau. Read on.
And shall suck the breasts of kings. And thou shalt know that I, the Lord, am thy Savior and thy Redeemer. Just
like when we came out of Egypt, we borrowed the resources from the Egyptians.
Yep.
And we came out with wealth. We came out of captivity with wealth. It's no different. The king's got to come off something.
Read on.
For brass I will bring gold.
For we were brought, and our life was like brass. Remember he said our heaven was like brass?
Yep.
He says our heaven is going to be gold. It's going to be a more beautiful life and a time.
Better conditions.
Better conditions. Read on.
And for iron I will bring silver.
Because Deuteronomy said it was going to be our life was going to be brass and iron.
Yeah.
The head was going to be brass.
Above us, ceiling above us like brass, and
the ground was like
iron.
So he says in replacement of that, we're going to have blessings and honor. Read on.
And for wood brass, and for stone iron. And I will also make thy officers peace, and thy exactors righteousness.
So this is important. The officers and exactors are the ones who do what? Administer the kingdom. Run the kingdom. Keep the operations of the kingdom intact.
Tax collector.
So he's like the leaders and the enforcements of the biblical system are going to be righteous.
It's not based off extortion.
And because the leaders and how the leadership is going to be righteous, it is going to have a positive effect on everybody else in the world. And that's what verse 18 is going to explain. Read on.
Verse 18. Violence shall no more be heard in thy land.
This is what salvation looks like for the nations. The nations don't have to endure violence. The nations don't have to endure, what do you call it?
Oppression.
Oppression, but in Africa or in all these countries, they always sit back and send brother against brother.
Yeah.
You always set up
Divide and conquer.
Well, but what's that? I'm trying to think of the name.
Genocide.
No. It's No, well, not that. It's when you set up faction against faction, just to keep the country unstable. Like what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. You set up brothers to fight brothers to keep things destabilized. So you're killing millions of people just to break just to destabilize the region, so you can get your money in the region. It's the same thing with India and Pakistan. We had to sit back here and create all this friction and hatred and wars amongst each other to gain access
To resources.
even right now with the Syrians. They let this guy that was an ex
Al
Qaeda come in here and destroy and take out Bashar al-Assad, but mass murdering Christians in Syria. They don't tell you that. This guy is killing a large population of Syrians because they're not Muslim. And then after they killed the Christians, they killed different sects of Muslims that weren't theirs. This is genocide that's happening all around the world when they set up these oppositional governments in each country. So the Most High said, when the right exactors and the right leadership and officers are in place, there's not going to be wars and violence. There's not going to be people being killed and child armies and all these difficult things and human trafficking. There's not going to be any more violence in the world. So if you sit back and have a world with no violence, is that not salvation? Yes, it is salvation. For nations who've been in war-torn countries their entire life, they finally have peace. Read on.
Wasting nor destruction within thy borders.
This is what every geopolitical or country is dealing with. Destruction on their borders. When Israel comes into power, there's not going to be any destruction on borders. There's not going to be fighting for additional territory. Everybody's going to have their original land masses that were given to them by the Most High. And that's it.
Back to your
And you're going to be given your inheritance. And you're going to be able to live on your inheritance unimpeded.
Cuba's in mayhem right now.
Venezuela is in mayhem. All these countries
Haiti's in mayhem.
Can't even enjoy their country and their sovereignty. So when the white man is eradicated out of power, the rest of the world does get a form of salvation. Peace, no destruction, freedom from wars.
When the righteous and authority
be able to make their borders set up.
Is it a fratricide word?
Was that sis?
Fratricide word?
No, it wasn't that. I was thinking of what Esau does to he always backs the opposition.
Regime change.
It's regime change operations, and they're always setting up regime change operations or just counterbalances in every region. They always put other nations in against you to weaken you. That's why they have Taiwan.
Control opposition?
They use Taiwan to mess with China.
Yeah.
They empower South Korea to mess with North Korea. They keep there's this group called the Uyghurs in China. All of a sudden they're giving them money and resources and guns. So they can establish some type of claim in parts of China just to weaken China, just to mess with China. They do it all around the country in Africa. It's that divide and conquer mindset. He says when Israel gets back into power, that won't happen. There's no destruction. There's no wars. There's peace. Is that not a form of salvation? Yes, it is. Because it's peace there. And it ties in with Isaiah 4. When all the swords will get beat down into plowshares. Everybody can just go to work and enjoy their families as long as they serve the Most High. Salvation is upon the whole entire earth. That's what he's promising us. Read on.
But thou shalt call thy walls salvation.
What? Read that again.
But thou shalt call thy walls salvation.
Read on.
And thy gates praise.
But why is Israel's wall salvation? because it represents salvation to all. Yes, Jerusalem and the temple is salvation because we're saved. But because we will have peaceful officers and righteous exactors, the rest of the world gets to benefit from our salvation,
When the righteous
which
are
means
authority,
they get salvation.
people rejoice.
Thank you. The people are going to be happy that the proper, peaceful, and righteous exactors are in authority.
When the wicked are in authority, the people will mourn. Can I quote one scripture?
Mm-hmm.
Can you read the last point you just read earlier?
Yeah.
Come. But thou shalt call thy walls salvation, and thy gates praise.
Now go to Isaiah 56, verse 1.
Isaiah chapter 56 and verse 1.
Verse
Thus-
1, and then go to verse 6 and 8.
Mm-hmm.
Come.
6 to 8.
Come.
Uh-huh.
Isaiah chapter 56 and verse 1.
Uh-huh.
Thus saith the Lord, keep ye judgment.
Keep ye judgment, meaning the Lord's judgment, the Lord's mindset, what the Lord wants. Not what we want based off of how we're offended. What God wants, his judgment. Read.
And do justice.
And do what's fair, righteous, and equitable, what's correct in the eyes of Christ. Read.
For my salvation is near to come.
My salvation's near to come. Like you call the wall salvation, Christ's salvation is near to come. Read.
And my righteousness to be revealed.
And he's going to reveal his version of righteousness and not our version of what's right, or our version of righteousness. Let's read verse 6.
Verse 6.
And get one of the details of his version of righteousness. Read.
Also the sons of the stranger
Also the sons of the strangers. Read.
that join themselves to the Lord.
That convert to following the Bible the correct way.
That's where I was going to go. 56, right?
Yeah, 1 through 7.
Yeah. That's where we're
Oh,
at.
I didn't see it. I'm tripping out.
It was up here.
Okay.
So listen.
That's right there.
So listen.
Reading.
Read
Okay. It is there.
verse 5.
Yeah.
And then work our way down. 56 and 5.
Yeah.
Isaiah chapter 56 and verse 5.
Uh-huh.
Even unto them will I give in my house and within my walls a place and a name better than of sons and of daughters.
He's talking about the eunuchs in that situation. Read on.
I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off.
Now, read on. Now he's going back to the nations. He's going back to the nations. Read on.
Also, the sons of the stranger that join themselves to the Lord, to serve him and to love the name of the Lord, to be his servants, every one that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it, and taketh hold of my covenant.
So the nations that choose to serve the Most High and cleave to Him, read on.
Even them will I bring to my holy mountain, and make them joyful in my house of prayer.
So they're going to be joyful. Everybody wants to act like they're going to be sad and hurting and crying every 5 seconds. The nations will partake of the joy that we have. Because now they have an opportunity to get to know the Most High and the Most High's love. What is the Most High but love? When you really get to learn Him and you serve Him, you learn how loving and powerful He is and how merciful He is. So what the Most High is saying, I'm going to give the nations an opportunity to learn me. Is that not one of the greatest things He's doing for the world? I'm giving the nation a chance to get to know me and learn me and follow me.
And still serve us.
And still serve us.
Serve the children.
Serve Israel and to learn the Most High.
That's fair.
And that's love. Read on. Is that not them being saved from where they once came from? Is that not a form of salvation? Yes, it is. To partake in the holy mountain? Yes, it is. Read on.
Hold on, one verse. Isaiah 49:22. And not only the Most High is going to activate the Gentiles, they're going to love serving us. They're going to love serving us and being caregivers to our children. Isaiah chapter 49, verse 22.
Isaiah chapter 49 and verse 22.
And 23.
Thus saith the Lord power, behold, I will lift up my hand to the Gentiles.
He said, I'm going to lift up my hand to the Gentiles. Read on.
And set my standard to the people.
And who's the standard of the Lord? Israel, when we're following the law, statutes, and commandments, when we're living righteously, we're supposed to be the standard of Deuteronomy chapter 4 verse 5 and 6. when he says that this such great nations, the nations shall say, this is a wise and understanding people once we're obedient to the Most High's commandments. But we're the Most High's standard when we're living right. Right now we're like thugs and animals. Yeah. But when we're living right and we're operating in the right principles with the right morality and ethics, we're the standard of the Lord.
It's true.
Read on.
And they shall bring thy sons.
And when the Most High raises us up as the standard, the nations got to follow our example and what we're teaching, and they're going to do what?
And they shall bring thy sons.
Meaning, who's going to be carrying our children?
In their arms.
The Gentiles are going to be carrying. They're going to be doing some wonderful babysitting. They're going to be doing some masterful babysitting and child care giving, and they're going to love it. They're going to love serving us because of the equity that we possess. Read on.
And thy daughters shall be carried upon their shoulders.
And they're going to put our daughters where?
On their shoulders.
And they're going to love it because we deal righteously. Read on.
And kings shall be thy nursing fathers.
He's saying the same thing. And the elites are going to be our nursing fathers. Read on.
And their queens thy nursing mothers.
And those elites are going to be the one that nurse our children. Because that's fair. Read on.
They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth.
And who are they serving?
Us.
We're not letting the nations off the hook. At all.
Like we don't have these verses. That's ridiculous.
We're not letting them off the hook. They just got to play a role, and they're going to love the role that they play. And they're going to love bowing down to us.
But it's still mercy.
That is still mercy.
It's still love. And it's still better than the lives that the rest of the world has now. By a long shot.
All I gotta do is be a babysitter and praise
And
the
follow
Lord
the laws.
and give a sacrifice.
And I can be sustained and my family can be sustained. I don't have to sit back and prostitute my children to this world. I don't have to sit back and have my child some kid army dying at 10, 13 years old. I don't have to have my husband getting picked up by the damn SVU, Ukrainian SVU police. And you walk into the store and they get 3 men and throw you in the damn truck and your family never sees you again. That's life now. When we talk about Haiti eating dirt cakes, you think that's just happening to the black man, the Jew? That's not happening to like Cambodians and all the foreigners too? They get to actually eat real food and sustain their families. How is that not a form of salvation? It's a great, more blessed life.
It's a better living standard.
That's my point. Isn't that a good? That's good. That's a good thing, right?
It's an indictment against the Most High if people have a sub-living standard that are His servants.
But you got hateful Jews that want to sit back and to see people hurt because they're hateful. They're black-hearted and they want to see people hurt like they hurt. Anyway, let us did you finish Isaiah 56 and 7? Read on.
Isaiah chapter 56 and verse 7. Even then will I bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices.
They still have to do burnt offerings and sacrifices to the Most High. They have to learn that process. Read on.
Shall be accepted upon mine altar. For my house shall be called a house of prayer for all people.
Yes, the entire world will sit back and send offering to the Most High. And the world will be better because of it. But in this new world, salvation is us being on top and being the leaders, and the rest of the world will gain the benefits of our leadership. Read on.
The Lord Yahweh, which gathered the outcasts of Israel.
Now this verse jumps into Israelites that were scattered all throughout the world that didn't know who they were. Read on.
Saying, yet will I gather others to him, beside those that are gathered unto him.
So listen, that's a whole other story. But word is in with the nations. How the Most High was going to have mercy on the nations and give them an opportunity to serve the Most High, go back to their country, and live in their country while we teach them how to serve the Most High. Everybody's going back to their land areas and their places. And that was what the Most High was going to do. What am I going to go into? We're not going to keep going into classes. It's getting late. But where John Hyrcanus went left wasn't the fact that he had them learn the scriptures. He went wrong. He should have removed them back to their landmark. Back to their landmark, their original landmarks. And you can't give them classification of being a Jew, because they're not. They're Edomites that are learning the laws of the Most High, like Isaiah said was going to happen anyway. All the nations are going to learn the Most High. If we're reading, are these nations going to be able to call themselves Jews? No. They're Hamites, they're Egyptians, they are Indians, they are Assyrians, East Indians, and they're East Indians that serve the Most High and follow the laws, statutes, and commandments. They're Chinese.
And if they don't, they die.
And if they don't, they first of all get starved out with no rain. Then he kills them. That's the deal. But with all that being the case, that is a greater, more peaceful, merciful life than any other way. That's what it is. So, we'll go into more of this class next week, and we'll tap in, all right? Any questions?
So I missed earlier when it was talking about Ecclesiasticus, it was talking about the being made close to him and the curse. I missed that.
Yeah, that's Ecclesiasticus chapter 33. About how not all things are made the same and have the same esteem and have the same value in the eyes of the Most High.
And what were the verses?
That was Ecclesiasticus chapter 33, verse
8, starting at 8 to
It was 8 through
13.
read verse 13 and 14 one more time. 13
through
to,
14?
yeah, 13 through 15. Just to finish it up, because it does. We should have read more of it.
Come. Ecclesiastes chapter 33 and verse 13. As the clay is in the potter's hand to fashion it at his pleasure, so man is in the hand of him that made him.
But man is distinguished by the Most High. Some men are more valuable. Some nations are more valuable to the Most High than others. Some will he exalt, some will he curse. Not everybody holds the same weight in the eyes of the Most High. All throughout the Bible, the whole Bible is written for the children of Israel. Read on.
To render to them as liketh him best.
Go ahead.
Good is set against evil.
So if good is set against evil, who is creating the opponents that we see on earth? The Most High is creating the opponents. Everybody has a role to play. Some people have the role to play of the good. Some people have the role to play of the evil. Everybody has a role. Pharaoh had a role. Read on.
And life against death.
Go ahead.
So is the godly against the sinner.
And also, what is the role that people play on earth? Some will play the role of the godly, and some will play the role of the sinner. Not everybody plays the same role. Israel gets punished when we play the role of the sinner, because that wasn't the original role we were supposed to play.
But he loves all his creation.
Yeah.
He still loves the people who play the role of the wicked and the ones who play the role of the righteous, because they're all supposed to play a role. He creates, he loves all of his creation.
Yeah. No, it's true. Finish that.
And the sinner against the godly. So look upon all the works of the Most High, and there are 2 and 2, one against another.
There's always going to be polarities, and
Yep.
Esau and Jacob is one of the greatest polarities and distinguishable roles that you read about in the Bible. From the beginning of the Bible, from the beginning of the creation, Esau and Jacob were struggling in the womb. They was at war with each other in the womb. They was fighting each other at the womb, and that's going to be that way until the end of time.
And that was where we were going to get to if we didn't have the time. We would have went to that in Genesis to explain that, to go more into detail about how that dynamic between Jacob and Esau is going to constantly be active until Christ comes back.
Come.
Yes, sis? That's a long one. The nations? We got to go into that another day. That's a lot of information.
The word nation just means Gentiles. The Gentiles are the nations. But Gentiles has 2 definitions, and we'll get to it.
A non-Israelite nation is a Gentile, is a nation. Any nation that's not Israelites are nations.
They don't come from Jacob.
Oh, no, that's not true. Jacob. No, you're right.
Yeah, Jacob had 12
I
tribes.
want to make sure because sometimes you say those words like Isaac. It
No,
can't be Isaac.
I said,
That's what I'm just saying.
Jacob had 12 sons, 12 tribes of Israel. Those 12 tribes are the chosen people.
Yes.
And if you're not from the bloodline of Jacob, then you're categorized as a Gentile or heathen.
Any other questions? Imagine Mupanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
No. Oh, yes.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send my God.
Send my God.
And the righteous angel.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless. Heal.
Protect.
And make strong.
The
people of Yahshua.
people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. Forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For indeed. Is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Rakta Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. Hawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Batawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Rakta Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. Hawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Awar.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see.
Rakta Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. Hawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Ha'ayim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Rakta Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. Hawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashah. Yashua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
Thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hand.
In the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand it.
Neither does the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
Below thy enemies.
Below thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Below thy enemies.
Below thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the works of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shall not exalt.
But my horn shall thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
To rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of thy power.
Shall flourish in the courts of thy power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ba. Tuwa.
Tuwa.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hashaman.
Hashaman.
Hatuwa.
Hatuwa.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan. Ayam. Paya. Marawat Yuwa. Kator. Karamwan. Sayarad. Ayam. Abraya. Tazayawan. Kaya. Shum. Tazawat. Yahweh. Habaraka. Kayayim. Pavalo. Bashem Yasha.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Bashem Yasha.
Yahweh.
Bashem. Yasha. Mark it out. Support. Turn. Yahweh. Bashem. Yasha. Rock it out. Watch support. Turn. Yahweh. Bashem. Yasha. Rock it out. Watch support. Turn. Yahweh. Bashem. Yasha. Rock it out. Watch support. Turn. Rock they ho. Rock they ho shot. Rock they ho shot. Rock they ho. Rock they ho shot. Rock they ho shot. Rock they ho. Rock they ho shot. Rock they ho shot. Rock they ho. Rock they ho shot. All knowledge. All wisdom. All understanding. All mercy. All patience. All long suffering. All humility. All love. All power. From your house. All power. From your house. All power. From your house. Bashem. Yasha. The water. God. Amen. So look.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh. Or Yahweh Shai. Or Yahweh Allah. Men of Israel. Moshe. Rock.
Yahweh Bashem Yasha.
Top. Turn and face the sisters. Sisters, please stand. Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel. Moshe. Rock.
Yahweh Bashem Yasha. Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Fall out. Israel 12 tuning in.
And I always said, if you didn't hear it the first time, we salute it and be blessed with the holy kiss. It's cool. It's too late now.
Is it? I know.
I did it after.
Shalom, y'all. We'll see y'all on Monday, right?
Last week.